So I'm just going to add myself.
Yeah.
Because we're live. There you are.
Now I got to build the whole thing up again. Everything's going great, you guys. Everything's fine. Wait. I need a background. We got logos.
What in the wide world of sports is going on here?
You gotta push some buttons. Stuff gets away from you a little bit. Time's not real. There's fluoride in the water.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the Rob Brown Show is on your radio. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina? Hello, America. What's up, world? Y'all doing? Yeehaw! I am Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass. This beautiful set, well, maybe it's going to be beautiful. I don't know. We'll see. But we've had some good days.
Shut the hell up.
What are you doing over there? You just pushing all the buttons?
It's Friday, Rob.
Oh, wow.
Hello, everybody. It's great to see you.
I was allowing you to orient yourself because you were discombobulated.
Oh, I'm great now.
Cool. All right.
I'm in great shape now.
Same page, all that kind of
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
And so it's just gonna be a day, everybody. Just gonna be a day.
I'm just trying to help, and I mean now we're ready. Let's do this thing.
Sure, why not? We got 4 hours to kill, and today's not a real
to
day.
Kill it, not to kill. We're gonna kill it because that's what we do on the show. We kill it.
I have had enough of you.
I don't know why that clip makes me laugh so much, but it does.
Because you're thinking of
Shatner.
you're thinking of me every time you play it. That's fine. That's fine. Play the nerd thing. I'm out.
No, I'm not. In fact, I'm gonna do something entirely different. I'm gonna give you the context of the clip, but I'm gonna play the clip now just so that you all understand my new favorite drop in the library. Will Hardy is the coach of the Utah Jazz. The Utah Jazz the other night played the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks won by 50. It was ugly. Luka Doncic had a triple-double in the first half. The Utah Jazz played so poorly, they should have been booted out of the NBA. Yes, I am going to talk about my Pelicans and the absolute unit of a game that they turned in last night. But I'm going to start here. Yesterday, I played. All right, that's fair. That's justified.
You know what you said.
That's justified. Yesterday, I played you the clip of Luka Doncic after that game where it's like, I told the boys we had to come out here and not bleep around. And then he realized he said bleep around and said, oh, bleep. And I told you it was my favorite clip. It made it one day. It made it one day before the NBA replaced my favorite clip with my new favorite clip, Lonzo, when Will Hardy got on a microphone after his team lost by 50 and said,
that was an absolutely horrendous performance from start to finish. That was a masterpiece of dog shit.
Oh, yeah, push the button. Click the wrong one. That's on me. Good save. Click the button.
What the heck are we doing here, man?
I put two clips in there. And I clicked the wrong one. All right, that's on me. I had a good run. It's been nice being here. That's why Lonzo's the GOAT.
If I got it.
If you got, you totally got that.
If not, it's been nice being here.
Yeah. No, you got that.
These many decades, and I'm out.
Well, I made it almost 4 years here, kids. Made it almost 4 years. Anyway, got some work to do.
And everyone thought it would be another host that would get me out of the building. Now we know it's all a nefarious plot.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. I promise, because I'm going if you're going. Good run. Thanks, Will Hardy.
That's not how that works.
Anyway, now I'm not playing anything else the rest of the show. I'm done, because I know for a fact that I fixed that. So I guess I didn't save it good enough. Oh, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All of you will have to wait till another day to hear my favorite NBA clip. You'll all have to wait for another day.
Well, let's hope they didn't hear it this time.
Yeah. You'll all have to wait for another day, or there won't be another day. I'll just see you on Twitter. We'll see how it goes. Well, dadgum.
It's not dumped on online.
Yeah, if you're on the stream, you totally heard it.
So you heard it, yeah.
That's why you should join the stream. It gets weird. It gets weird. Let's instead talk about the Pelicans, shall we? Let's talk about New Orleans. Let's talk about the fellas that built me up. I'm like, oh, yeah, the boys are legit. NBA semis. I took out a bet on the Pellies on the money line. They were plus 110 on the money line last night. I'm like, yeah. New Orleans playing well. They rocked Sacramento. That's a playoff team. They're going to be fine. And then they lost 133-89 to the Lakers last night in a game that was not that close. 133-89. Your starters, Zion, 13, Herb Jones, 10, Brandon Ingram, 9, Valanciunas, 9, McCollum, 9. Embarrassing. Garbage. And I know this isn't a show that you guys care about, my team. I know it's a show that NBA is kind of fringe. But you're just going to have to deal with this for a minute. What the hell was that? Zoe, I did something last night that I go out of my way, never to do. I turned that game off mid-third quarter because, well, I guess I should say end of the third quarter. Because, Zoe, when the Lakers had outscored the Pelicans, and this is a real number, 41-15 in the third quarter, I went, nope. It is too late at night for you to have earned any more of my attention this evening. I'm out.
See, I don't understand why you put yourself through something that's going to be emotional one way or the other, knowing that you need to go to sleep. I mean, that to me is a thing you watch the replay when you get up the next morning, because you're either going to be so excited that your team won or so upset that they lost that you're not going to be able to sleep.
No, I mean, honestly, like it's the NBA. There's 1,000 games. It's not like the NFL.
But it's your team though.
It doesn't matter. It's not like the NFL where it's like, I got 17 games. And if my team sucks, and they do, then the majority of those 17 games are going to end in L's. And therefore, I'm just kind of like, NBA, you're like, you're going to lose a bunch, right? You're going to lose a bunch. You're going to lose more than you win. And the Pelicans were last night going into that game 12-10. It's not a great mark, but it's far from the worst. The Pelicans going into that game were 12-10. The Lakers going into that game were 13-9. They're equal teams. And I got to the end of the third where the Pellies got outscored like 42-11. The third quarter ended up being a 43-17 advantage in favor of Los Angeles. And I'm going to tell you right now, last night was the first time in his career that I went, Zion's a bust. I'm over it. He's a bust. I have defended, I have for 2.5 years now, every offseason, spent the offseason telling everybody in the New York media and the LA media that they can DX it over and over. Stop it. You don't get to just get any player you want out of a small market. Screw you guys. And now I'm like, should have traded him. Not because I was wrong at those times. Hindsight's 50-50. This guy just does not have the mentality to be a beast. He didn't have it. Last night, 13 points on 6 of 8 from the floor, 1 of 6 from the free throw line, 2 rebounds. Last night, he went up against LeBron James. Last night, he had an opportunity to straight up 1v1 go after LeBron. Last night, he had an opportunity to go face-to-face with the chosen one, stare him down, and say, I am taking over the crown. And instead, he folded like a wet lawn chair. It was pathetic. It was embarrassing. Last night was the first time in the Zion era that I went, kid's a bust. He just does not have that dog in him. He's a lapdog, man. And I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if he was looking forward to partying with the porn stars after the game was over. I don't know if he was looking forward to those Las Vegas free casino buffets. I don't know what the deal was with him last night. But he had a chance to go toe-to-toe with the GOAT. He had a chance to start a legacy last night. He had an opportunity to bounce Braun out of the first NBA in-season tourney, and instead, he just completely folded like a deck of cards in a tornado. It was pathetic. And last night, I said to a buddy, we were texting about the game, a friend of mine down in NOLA. Last night I said, we screwed up. We screwed the pooch. He said, what do you mean? I said, we should have traded him. And he said, Rob, you had to wait for him to develop and see if he's the guy. I said, yeah, but what's the trade value in that? What's the trade value on what you saw last night? What's the trade value in getting in a highlight game of the season 26 minutes out of the guy? Only one starter played left, and it was Valanciunas, who's a 6'11" center, right? You got 26 minutes, 6 of 8, and 3 of those were made by B.I. driving the rack, pulling a triple team and handing it to Zion to just roll it in. 13 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, no steals, no blocks, 3 turnovers, 3 fouls. What am I supposed to point at in that game in an opportunity for Zion to go face-to-face with LeBron and start in a season where he's finally playing, start that new era of Zion basketball, and instead he just completely disappeared. It is the first time I went, that guy's got to go.
All right, so
Gotta go.
So this time last year, this would just have been a regular season game, and it wouldn't mean that much. This year, it's still basically a regular season game, and it doesn't mean anything. So does this matter more to you because you care about this tournament? Is that why? Because in the end, they play what, 82 games?
They play 82 games.
And it was just a game.
So,
he had a bad game.
So
You remind me of that Dr. Pepper commercial where they go out and burn their stuff and everything, and it was just one play. That's what this sounds like.
So, first off, I despise that narrative. Despise that narrative. Well, it's just one game. Yes, and every year, 3 or 4 divisions come down to one game and a tiebreaker. Every game is critical. I get so damn tired of that narrative.
Yeah, it's critical with, just a couple weeks left in the season, but we're like in the beginning of this.
Yes,
season.
but you have to have wins now to be in a spot where it is critical down the line. If you go, screw it, we're gonna lose the first 20 games because it doesn't matter.
What were your expectations of this team?
My expectations were show up. I don't mind a loss. I am not worried about an L. That's LeBron James, dude. At 39, that guy is still racking triple doubles. That guy's good, right? At 39, he is still one of the best 5 players in the NBA. But show up and don't act like a bunch of punk you-know-whats, man. Show up. It was the first time. We've been bad and we've been okay. And I'm talking dating back to the CP3 Pelicans or Hornets days. We've been bad, we've been good, we've been up, we've been down. That is the first time that I was flat out embarrassed because I expected to compete. Does it matter more because it's an in-season tournament game and I'm an in-season tournament guy? I mean, maybe a little. Like, yeah, I think it would have been kind of dope to hang the banner of first and inaugural in-season tournament champs. I think that'd have been great for a small market team. I don't think it means as much to LA, but it would have meant a hell of a lot to New Orleans to have that trophy come home.
He was
in the
not.
very first
He
one.
was not going to win the first annual LeBron tournament, because that's what this is. It's the LeBron tournament, and LeBron's going to win this tournament, and they're going to change the name of, I don't know what's on the trophy now. Going forward, it will be the LeBron trophy. Who's going to win the LeBron this year? It's just another way to get his name in there.
Why would they set up an entire NBA tournament for a dude?
It's
For a dude,
It's LeBron James.
right?
Exactly.
Even so, last night, if I came in here today and I said,
So they can say Michael Jordan doesn't have a tournament named after him. Do you know who does? LeBron James.
if we had a game last night that I came in here today and I said, we got hosed, we got shafted, we had him beat, and LeBron was getting calls, and LeBron was this, and LeBron was getting away with traveling, and LeBron this and LeBron that, which I absolutely would have, then that's one thing. They didn't have to. We sucked. We were flat. We were asleep. It was embarrassing, and it all centered around Zion Williamson. It was all around him, because once they realized that Zion played 13 minutes and was gassed out of his bleeping mind, then they went, cool, we're putting 2 on BI. We're playing a high press on CJ McCollum. Zion can't help out because he can't do anything. And who the hell else are they going to throw at us? They got nobody else. Let's just run them ragged. And when the third period started, they 47-13 in a quarter. They put up 47 points in a quarter.
Disband the team. Disperse the players to other
Stop.
places.
I don't need all the dramatics.
No, you're the one that's. I mean,
There is a difference between this team should be embarrassed and something's got to change versus disband the team. Why are we? No, we're not. I don't need to do that. All I need to say is we had an opportunity to trade this guy for a haul. We had an opportunity to trade this guy potentially for a franchise making haul. And instead we went, oh, he'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. Let him get healthy. Let him get in shape. Let him get out of his teenage years where he's out there boogieing or whatever teenagers do nowadays. I don't think they boogie. I don't know.
by the way, since the dawn of time till the end of all things, you'll always be able to boogie, Rob.
I can't boogie. They thought, let's let this guy figure it out. Let's let this guy grow up. Let's let him mature. Let's let his body round out. Let's get him in the gym. Let's see what he can do.
Body round out.
Oh, his body rounded out.
It's already happened.
I was scrolling Twitter. Last thing I'll say, I promise I'm not going to spend a ton of time on Zion Williamson, but I had to bring it up. Ryan Russillo, a guy that I very much like in media. Ryan Russillo was at the game last night. And he said, quote, watching Zion in person was a different experience than watching Tyrese Halliburton. Zion will get 30 in a game next week, and people will say he's fine, but he isn't. The bet that he'll figure it out seems like the wrong side now. Tonight was brutal. Yeah, it was garbage. Hot, stanky, wet, nasty garbage. And look,
Are the Lakers that good? Are they?
The Lakers, I told you preseason,
Yeah.
I think the Lakers are going to be real good this year. I think that they have got something.
Haven't they got blown out like that once this year
Look,
already?
everybody's going to eat a blowout.
Really?
Everybody's
Everybody?
going to eat everybody's
Even
gonna get
Zion
blown out.
Williamson.
Even Zion Williamson is going to get blown
So
out.
I mean, I think you need to. I think you need to calm it down.
But there is a difference between a blowout and y'all didn't even try.
So
Y'all
why
even tried.
are you only blaming Zion on this? Isn't there other players on the Pelicans team?
Yes, but when that guy who is a centerpiece and the guy that you were trying to run the offense through can't get his rear end up and down the floor, when he can't get from free throw to free throw line without looking like he's carrying a 500-pound, body bag on him, then you can't run the offense through him. And when the Lakers realize Z's not a threat, They throw 2 guys at BI. They high press CJ McCollum, Jose Alvarado, and Jonas Valanciunas. They're not taking over the game. You have to be. I'm not saying I need Zion to be a monster. I'm saying I need Zion to just be capable.
Were those 2 guys the guys that led the team last year when Zion wasn't there?
Yes.
So those are the guys that the blame needs to be put on.
No.
Because Zion hasn't been there, so expectations shouldn't be so high.
Zion has been there through 20-plus games this year. We are over 20 games deep in this season.
Wow.
We brought you here as a number 1 overall pick. We are paying you more money than any rookie ever. All I need you to do is be able to get from free throw line to free throw line without looking like you need a freaking nap in the middle.
One player does not a team make. You're putting too much on Zion, and you need to bring it back a little.
You mean
bring it back.
LeBron makes the Lakers, Giannis makes the Bucks. Yes, one player does a team make. Absolutely, that's a stupid phrase.
No, I disagree.
Tim Tebow made the Gators without him.
All right. Don't switch sports. You need 2 really good players to win in the NBA.
I agree,
at least 2.
And we got one in Brandon Ingram.
Why haven't you mentioned about his poor play?
Because he was entirely double teamed by himself all night.
Well, he should do better.
Coming up at 8:00 this morning. A surprise guest on the show, somebody I'm going to enjoy talking basketball with. Hayton S. Mario from the BetQL Network is going to join the show. He's going to jump on the stream with us.
Now, here's the thing. His hair, I think, might be better than mine. I can't allow that.
I don't know, man. You guys are going to be in a neck-and-neck competition.
I just had mine cut, though, so, it's I got less.
You guys are going to be introduced later on this AM at 8 a.m. to my producer on Saturdays. Not my executive producer. That guy's in this room. My other producer, Hayton S. Mario.
I need to correct you. I'm executive producer for the building, not
sorry.
not your executive producer.
Sorry.
But I am at this moment.
The audacity.
I'm all yours for 4 hours.
The
but
audacity.
It's horrible. It's more audacity is the fact that we're late for break.
Yeah, we are. We got to go to break. Mario at 8 a.m. We are going to talk NBA basketball with him. We'll break down the in-season tournament finals set now. It's the Pacers and the Lakers in a game that Lonzo is correct about one thing. LA's winning that game. Although Tyrese Halliburton might have something to say about it.
The LeBron Invitational mid-season tournament.
We got your water cooler cheat sheet coming up at 7. The 3 biggest stories in sports when we come back here in just a minute. Dabo Swinney has now officially told us what he believes to be the biggest problem in all of college football. And I'll tell you what he said when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Smith and Jay.
All right, guys, live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in.
Welcome to our last morning.
Maybe.
Today, my friend, we are not grumpy. We are entertainers.
It's all kayfabe.
Some of it is acting. I don't know if I do my hands right. It's more Randy Orton and less John Lovitz. Man, my arm is pale. I need some vitamin D.
So I learned something yesterday. I went by the LEO Santa Toy Drive after the show was over, and I met.
That's still going on, right?
Yeah, till 10
So
a.m.
you guys should check it out
a little bit. I went by. Snowman was there, and he introduced me to a gentleman who is a traffic/DUI officer for Greenville County. And we got into a conversation, and he told me that on private property, there are 3 vehicular crimes that you can still commit, even if you're on private property. And one of them is DUI. And I said, question, if I'm out cutting my grass on my riding lawnmower and I'm drinking a beer while I'm doing it, can I get a DUI? And he goes, yes. He goes, not only can you know where else you can get a DUI? On a golf course, playing golf, driving a golf cart. He goes, if you're out there being rowdy and they call us and we come out because you're tearing up the golf course or disturbing the peace and you're drinking a beer, driving a golf cart, we will DUI you for that too. I was like, dang, I did not know that.
So will this change the way you do some things?
Not even a little bit.
I didn't think so. Upstate lights in the next break. By the way, one of Bethesda's new games, they're doing a Blade game. The Vampire. Bethesda is
I
doing
heard that.
Yeah.
I also heard people were jacked up about a Wonder Woman game and then it didn't debut.
I never even heard about that. I know people were upset. It's like, oh, there's supposed to be a Wonder Woman game.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Robin Lonzo with it. It is Friday, yo. We got your water cooler cheat sheet coming up in about half an hour. We'll give you the top 3 stories you need to know before you start talking sports at work. At 8 o'clock, Hayden Asmario is going to join us to talk some NBA. Big NBA guy for BetQL. Does a lot of NBA stuff for BetQL. So we'll talk some shooty hoops with him. He'll be talking college ball with us down the stretch as well.
I understand why you're bringing him on. Because he probably thinks this tournament.
Because he'll understand.
Okay. I get it now. All right.
He'll get it. He'll understand.
Okay.
I needed somebody to talk to. It's not going to be Lonzo.
Yeah, you know you're not getting hugs over here.
Not at all.
All right. So you are
Lonzo's my emotional support producer.
You mean Mario. So you're manufacturing your radio hug.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm not getting it from you. So yes.
You're right. You're
exactly.
not.
Exactly. All right. So yesterday, Dabo Sweeney and Mark Stoops, the coaches of the 2 teams that will be squaring off in the whatever they're in bowl.
Yeah. When is that?
Few days from now.
Is it really? Is it that close? I'll look it up. You go ahead and talk.
Mark Stoops and Dabo Sweeney held their press conference, which, by the way, speaking of press conferences, very interesting. The Orange Bowl press conference, the We Got Left Out press conference, the Georgia-Florida State press conference got randomly canceled like 2 hours before it was supposed to start.
December 29th, by the way.
There you go. Nailed it. The press conference for the Orange Bowl got canceled like 2 hours before it was supposed to start. And a lot of question marks going on there.
Lack of interest?
Oh, for sure. There's a lot of
coaches joined the portal, and so they didn't have anybody to represent.
So Dabo was sitting at the mic, and they were having a conversation with the media, obviously. And Dabo said that the biggest problem in college football right now is tampering. He said the portal's not a problem. He said the portal's not a problem. The NIL is not a problem. The biggest problem in college football right now is tampering. Now, I had a bit of, as my dear sweet mother would call it, a bit of a come to Jesus meeting with myself not too long ago. Because somebody asked me a question. They said, Rob, Max Johnson, the quarterback at Texas A&M, transferred. Max Johnson's name was rumored to be in the transfer portal about a week before the portal opened. Now, that's not all that big of a deal. Players very frequently say, I'm going in the portal before the portal opens. I'm letting you all know when next Monday rolls around, I'll be in the portal. Don't at me, bro. That's not a big surprise. What was a big surprise was that Max Johnson's destination was known before the portal opened. Max Johnson said, I'm going to be a Tar Heel next year. I'm going to North Carolina. I'm taking my talents to the Tar Heel state. Somebody said, how would he have known that that was an option, that North Carolina wanted him and was going to make room for him in the Powder Blues, in the Baby Blues, if they couldn't have the conversation with him before that portal opened? Now, I have talked to some folks since then. I have found out that there are actual ways that conversations can happen. So it doesn't necessarily mean anything nefarious was going on, but it also doesn't mean that it wasn't, right? And so Dabo said the biggest problem right now is tampering. And I would like to be very clear about this. I don't disagree with him. I think tampering is a big problem. But this is why I've said in the past, and I'll say it again now. If you know who is tampering, turn the light on, right? If you know who is tampering, turn the spotlight on him. Let us know. Call him out. Don't tell me, and this is not aimed directly at Dabo, because Shane said the same thing earlier this year, and he got the exact same speech. If you are going to say that that tampering is happened in college football, I, for the record, agree. I'm sure that it is. I have no doubt that it is. Just like I know speeding is happening on the interstate and bank robberies are taking place around the country. Yes. Bad things happen. People break the law. People break the rules all the time. But if you're not going to shine a light on them, number one, it's kind of tough to take it, to take you at your word. It's kind of tough for me to go, yeah, Dabo's right. The biggest problem in college football is tampering, when you won't let us know who's doing it. I will absolutely tell Dabo and Shane and anybody else that I will bring down the full weight of the Rob Brown show. We're heavy hitters in the land of college football. I will bring down the full weight of the show on any coach that is outed as tampering against the rules. I am totally on board with that. The problem is we keep getting these coaches who go, oh, there's tampering. And you go, who is tampering? What coaches are tampering? What schools are tampering? And they go, yeah, I'm not going to say that. All right, well then what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What is the next step? If you won't let us know who's doing it, and more importantly, perhaps how they're doing it, then what do you expect is going to get done about it, right? If you're not going to let us know who's doing the bad thing and how they're doing the bad thing and when they're doing the bad thing, then what do you want us to do about it? If there's a rash of crimes going on downtown, but nobody calls the cops, you can't blame the cops for not doing anything, right? Snitches get stitches. Okay, well then quit complaining, dude. If you're not willing to turn that cat in, then stop complaining about it, because it's obviously not that big of a deal. Sweeney said, quote, "The problem is not the portal. The problem is not NIL. The problem in college football is tampering, and we could fix it easily if they let football people fix it, but they usually don't let us." I don't disagree. Now, I would ask Dabo, if given the opportunity, how would you fix it? You're a football guy.
I mean,
how would you fix it?
Don't throw it out there that you could fix it without giving a reason or a way to fix it. Yeah, I could fix. We could. Football people could fix it. Yeah. Okay. Well, what would you do?
Yeah, that's it. Listen,
you can give your way of fixing things without throwing anyone under the bus. It's possible, I think.
Here's what I've said in the past. This is the analogy I've always leaned on. Because very frequently I'll bring up a problem I have in sports and I'll go, I don't know how to fix this, but this is a problem, right? And somebody go, well, Rob, if you're not putting a solution on the table, this happens in business all the time. If you're not putting a solution on the table, all you're doing is complaining. Yes, correct. And my analogy for that is, if I go to a steakhouse and I order a medium rare tomahawk steak and they bring it out to me and it's well done, overcooked and topped with ketchup, I don't need to know how to make a great steak to know that this one is wrong, that this one is ruined, that this is not how it's supposed to be. I don't need to be able to go back there and school the chef on how to make a great meal to know that the one that you sent out is bad. But
I don't want to kill your analogy, but why are you going to come at Patrick Mahomes like that? That's disrespectful.
I'll come at anybody who eats a well-done steak with ketchup. That's garbage food.
Okay.
That's garbage food.
You are the arbiter of bovine meals, apparently.
No, it's just, if you've ever had a well-done steak with ketchup on it and that's your jam, I cannot see eye to eye with you. You're just flat wrong.
I've had several of those. So,
garbage food.
Not to me.
Garbage food.
I thought it was delicious. That's not how I would order it now. But, as a child, if we got steak, it was a privilege. Didn't matter if it had ketchup on it or not. I was just happy about it.
Take that food to the trash can, dump it straight in, and realize that whoever provided that to you does not love you.
I've already texted Patrick what you did.
I don't care. I'll tell him to his face.
Disrespect.
Well done steak with ketchup is hot garbage water. All right? It's bad. Don't eat it. Point here is, I actually agree with the overall concept that Dabo Swinney's putting on the table. I agree with him entirely. I am sure that tampering is a massive problem. Do I think it is the biggest problem in college football? Probably not. Do I think it's a major problem? Absolutely. And I hope that at some point in the very near future, Dabo does something. Either, number one, out the guys who are doing it so that we can start raining down the fire of justice upon thee, or tell us what your solution is. Because you just said, this is an easy fix if they let the football guys fix it, but they don't listen to the football guys. I got news for you, Dabo. You're Dabo Swinney. If you say anything into any microphone, it is going national, my guy. You were trending on Twitter yesterday the minute you said this. The minute you said it, you were a trend on Twitter. Fire off a couple of blogs on the Clemson website, pop a phone in your face, and record for us what you as a football guy think is the solution. Because I'll tell you right now, if it's a good one, I got your back, dog. I got your back. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number one. Hour number two will then start with the water cooler cheat sheet. We got Mario coming up at 8 o'clock this a.m. Talk a little basketball with me. And by that, I mean play the role of my therapist in the shooty hoops world. It's going to be a busy day. It's Friday. We're going to have some fun. The Robert. Next time you eat a nice hamburger steak, mix up some A1 and mayo. It makes a wonderful dipping sauce. Crazy, but you got to try it.
I'm surprised they didn't say Duke's mayo, because if you're not specific,
implied.
you're gonna make no.
That's
no,
implied.
no. Only if you're a member of the cult.
That's implied. Back
That
after
you're a
this.
member of the cult. You're right.
You got me. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It's the Fan Upstate.
Lights.
All right, guys. Live read right here, and then we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere.
So, by the way, Chris, I like my steak medium well. Rob wants to bite the cow as it's out roaming. But as a poor child, I didn't see steak very often. So when I did see it and was able to eat it, I didn't care how it was cooked.
Medium well.
What's
is
this
the-
grumpy stuff? What's I'm actually in a really good mood. A little bit less pain today than I've been in all week. I'm jumping around acting goofy, and you guys think I'm grumpy. Just because Rob and I are disagreeing doesn't mean I'm grumpy. Maybe Rob's grumpy.
I'm in a good mood. It's Christmas Party Friday.
Maybe none of us are grumpy. Maybe we're just doing our job, you know? Maybe we're naturally adversarial on some things like food and mayonnaise and anything that's cultic. Rob is this close to being at the airport going, "Have you tried our Dukes? Have you tried our Dukes?" And yes, his outfit would be white or like off-white because mayonnaise is
Egg
not
white.
exactly, yeah, it's egg white. Listen, the chef Chris is upset, dude. It was an analogy. I mean that Rob came up with,
And a spot on one, by the way.
I
mean, absolutely
if
nailed
you
it.
say so.
Absolutely nailed it.
I say eat your food how you like it. I mean, make sure it's cooked enough that you don't get sick. But I mean, eat it however you want. I'm not going to judge you, Rob. Will.
Like things done a certain way are objectively better than things done a different way.
I picture you sometimes just walking around a setting, and just being bothered by a lot of things.
100%. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because they're not how you would do them.
No,
and
because they're wrong.
I can't approach that way.
For the record, I'm a super easygoing dude.
When it comes to that, I'm more liberal than you are, and I'm just saying.
I am a super easygoing dude. I'm also very non-confrontational. Like, to the point that if I order a meal and I am brought the wrong meal, like 85% of the time, I'm just going to eat what you brought me. Because I'm anti-confrontation. I'm a bit of a wuss, to tell you the truth.
I'm that to a degree, and I probably won't come back to your establishment again.
Yeah, no, I probably won't.
I've boycotted places for years over things like that. So,
but when someone
not seating me because my entire party wasn't there yet.
When someone does something objectively wrong, I will say, I'll give you the example. Last night, the fiance and I went out to a very nice little wine bar that we found. We decided it's Thursday.
Is that all they serve at those places?
No, this place had tapas too.
I don't know what that is.
It's like little servings of a bunch of different foods.
Like
we
hors d'oeuvres?
Kinda. So we went out and had some swanky wine and some tapas for dinner.
Like finger foods at a party.
Yeah, basically.
Fancy party.
Yeah. So we went out and we had some wine and tapas. And when we got there, when we pulled into the parking lot is a circle parking lot, right? Like there's parking spots on the outside, and then there's a row of parking spots down the middle, and you drive in a circle around it. And then at the door of the establishment, the parking lot is 2 lanes.
It's a roundabout with a restaurant?
No, it's a parking lot that has a row of parking spots and then parking spots on the outside. So you drive, the parking lot is shaped like a big O, right?
Okay.
So you drive around it and you either pull into a parking spot on the inside or the outside. And so as we're circling, there's a car that stops in the driving portion, like at the end of the interior line. You got like two rows of parking spots, and then at the top between the last parking spot there's 2 lanes for cars to go both directions, and then the door, and somebody just parked like in the road, like in the driving portion of the parking lot. They just stopped and parked and got out of their car and left it there. Went inside. And so when we went in and I saw the guy that went in there, I very politely was like, "Sir, respectfully, that's not a parking spot. You're kind of blocking the lane of traffic." And he looks at me and goes, "Well, if I didn't park there, I would have missed my reservation." And I was like, I mean, that would be a pain, but you're blocking an entire driving area.
Lamborghini, Maserati.
No, it was like a Pathfinder.
Oh, okay.
Right?
All right.
This wasn't like some,
not even a pimped out Pathfinder?
No.
Okay, all right.
It was like a style, and that's nothing against Pathfinders, but like, yes, I expect that type of behavior out of a snooty car driver. Those are the people you always see in like the high-end Mercedes, and they're like, "My parking spots is wherever I park." No, this guy was just in just a regular Pathfinder by himself, and he's like, "Yeah, well, if I wouldn't have parked there, I'd have missed my reservation." And I was like, I don't understand how you. In my head, I went, I don't think you understand how much that's not anybody else's problem. You have inconvenienced and this place is in like, not a strip mall, but there's like 4.
Was it in your, did it stop you from finding a parking space?
Yeah, no, because there were no parking. You had to wait until somebody left. There's like 4 restaurants all connected to each other. And you pull into the parking lot. If it's full, you wait until somebody leaves. And so the fiance and I circled 3 or 4 times waiting for somebody to leave. When it got to reservation time, I'm like, "Hey, if we don't get a spot, I'm going to send you in to go claim our table. And then I'll just keep turning circles till we get a spot, because I'm not a jackass who's going to just park in the middle of the road." This guy did that. So we walked in, and again, non-confrontational Rob. I'm like, "Hey, sir, you're just parked in the road." "Well, I missed my reservation." I don't care.
I know this doesn't matter, but it does to me. Was he a large gentleman? Was he a smaller guy?
No, I mean, he's pretty average dude.
Okay, all right.
There was nothing that jumped off the page about this guy. It's not a guy that he walked in and he'd be like, "Oh, I bet that guy sucks." You know what I mean?
So if it's like almost standing there, are you still going to go up and say it to him?
Yeah, because
Okay.
if you're gonna punch me in the face over that, I'm gonna win a lawsuit. And I like in the back of my head it's a terrible thought. It's a pansy thought. But in the back of my head, I'm like, okay, if this guy decks me, I'm gonna at least win a lawsuit. We're in a restaurant. There's cameras. I'm good. So I'm like, sir, you just parked in the road. Well, I missed my reservation. In my head, tough guy Rob's like, I don't see how that's anybody else's problem. That seems like you should have got here 10 minutes earlier, like everybody else did. Out loud, what I said was, I understand, sir, but there's cars trying to go in both directions, and you're kind of forcing them to go one at a time, and it's really kind of disrupting the whole parking lot. And he goes, I'll move when I'm done. And I'm like, oh, dude. Because I'm not going to fist fight this guy in a wine bar. And she really likes the wine bar. So I'm not going to like get us banned from the wine bar. So like at this point, all you can do is just tell the restaurant, be like, hey, that guy parked in your parking lot, but like in the driveway, and let them handle it. Or you walk outside and you just call the cops yourself. But like that felt a little Karen-y for my taste. So the waitress came
or
over.
whatever the male equivalent of that is.
So
I'm going to go with Todd.
the waitress walked over, and I just told her, I'm like, hey, just FYI, in case y'all care, that guy out there is parked in the street, and he's kind of screwed up your whole parking situation. She's like, oh, thanks, I'll take care of it. Okay. Texture said, Rob, the Hull/parking lot monitor. Do you understand? Listen, I am not a tattletale, but do you understand that if someone could you imagine if somebody was on 85 and then they just parked in the middle of the interstate?
Yeah, it's kind of
kind of a problem.
No, but it kind of happens like every day.
No, I'm not talking about
I
traffic.
was going to say they don't park on purpose, but they definitely.
I'm talking about traffic.
All right.
If somebody just stopped, right? These are the same people that leave their cars in the fire lane at the grocery store. These are the same people that park in handicap spots at the mall because it's closer. It's not yours. This is not an acceptable place to leave your rig, man. Like if it's that big of a problem, get here earlier or strap on the Apple Watch and count your steps from the back of the parking lot, Jack. What are we doing? You're just parked in the middle of a road, guy. That's a road. There's no world that's okay.
You could have like let the air out of his tires or keyed his car.
No, I have specifically been told, do not do that anymore because there are cameras. I mean, don't do that.
Yeah,
I mean, don't ever do that.
Yeah, that was not it. That was he misspoke.
Yeah,
that was not admitting to any crime.
Yeah, for sure. Statute of limitations are up.
You're in a different state.
I
now.
got told don't do that
I'm just
anymore,
guessing,
because that is considered a property rights violation now.
So it's vandalism, I
yeah,
believe.
effectively. So don't do that anymore. I mean, don't do that at all.
You could
But
just
I really
say that you love the environment and you wanted the air to be free. I mean, you could do that, right?
You are all free of having to listen to this segment anymore as Lonzo does a sports flash.
I don't know if you guys knew this, but the NBA in-season tournament finals are set last night in the East. The Pacers outlasted the Bucks 129-119. Tyrese Halliburton dropped 27, while Miles Turner's added 26. In the West, the Lakers rolled the Pelicans 133-89. LeBron James had 30 points, and the Lakers shot 55% from the floor and almost 47% from deep. Clemson football coach Dabo Swinney said yesterday the biggest problem in college football is tampering, saying we can fix it easily if they let football people fix it, but they don't usually listen to us. Tune in tomorrow at 1:30 as the Furman Paladins basketball team takes on Bob Jones University right here on your home for Furman Sports, The Fan, Upstate. Has anybody been to the new Outback in Simpsonville? Because I think it just opened. I'm just curious. I may see if we can get in there tonight, and I'm going to order steak, and I'm going to put ketchup on it. And I'm going to send the picture to Rob in a text that he'll never open. But I will feel like that I've, am validated just by sending the picture. Or I could post it and tag him in it. He'll see that. Thank you, Stephen. Still haven't nailed 3 yet. Maybe today's that day. It could be.
Just leave Chris's comment up for a little while, no reason. Oh, dang. Water.
Sorry, Chris, you got to understand. He baited me. I had to take it down. What? They have blooming shrimp now? I've been out back in a while because
shrimp is my favorite thing.
Because it's a pain to get to. But now if they have one in Simpsonville, I may, we're looking forward to that opening. So how did they do? Because the blooming onion is, how did they do blooming shrimp? Is it just on the plate? Now I'm going to have to look that up. So it probably has that blooming onion flavor in the batter, I guess. All right, Stephen, you're selling me on it. Now I got to have some. Oh, okay. Yeah. So they put the sauce in the middle and they put a bunch of shrimp all around it.
I'm in.
Yeah, that looks uh-huh. I was legitimately thinking about trying to go there tonight. Now I really think I will.
Good morning.
And away we go. Our numero dos, ladies and gentlemen, gets started up now. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. Wonderful to have you here on the show. I am Rob, the great Malonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM. Should you wish to be a part of the radio broadcast, now is an outstanding time to do so. The phone line's open, 844-326-3663, 844-326-3663. You may text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307. 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them live on the air. You can tweet me at The Rob Brown Show, at The Rob Brown Show. You can tweet the great one at Lonzo Onward, at Lonzo Onward. You can get everybody at the station at the Fan Upstate. While I got you for a second, before we get back into more incredible sports talk and then also some other stuff, our Elio Santa toy drive is still happening, and it is on right this very second, taking place at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena, just in the midst of downtown Greenville, South Carolina. If you have an opportunity this morning before 10 a.m., we would very much appreciate it if you can pitch in. If you would bring a new, unwrapped, unopened toy down to the arena and drop it off. The Elio Santa Toy Drive is designed to help underprivileged kids around the community have a Christmas, because no kid should be forced to wake up on Christmas Day and not have something under the tree. Okay? You don't want that. So what we do want is for you to pop by. I know that Robinario is over there right now. I know that there are members of the Upstate's Finest over there right now. I went over there yesterday after the show, hung out for a few minutes, got to meet some fantastic listeners, helped to collect some toys for the kids to throw into Santa. By the way, Santa was there yesterday. Santa himself was there yesterday.
Did you ask him for something?
I did not. I just needed to know if I had made the nice list this year. And he said just barely, but yeah.
Wow.
Said I just
should have asked for a Series
squeaked
X,
in.
man. I mean, you know.
Santa said that the nice list selection committee said that I had enough quality wins this year that I was able to jump up and get in. So that felt good.
Well, you weren't undefeated, so I mean, you know.
No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
But I had quality wins. Anyway, do us a favor and bring a new wrapped and unopened toy over to the Elio Santa Toy Drive at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena up till 10 a.m. this a.m. You can also donate cash. If that's your bag, you can bring over a stack of cash or go make a donation, in like a brown manila envelope. That's fine. Whatever you want to do. We just want to help kids around the upstate have a good Christmas. If you can help with that, we would appreciate it greatly. All right. It's just after 7 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to do, this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"You hear that?"
Poof.
before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, 3 things you need to know before you go start talking sports around the office. It's almost time to clock in and get to work. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is what you will need to know. We begin with item number 1. Pacers-Lakers is your NBA in-season tournament finals. Item number 2. I don't want to talk about it. It's not okay.
Then why'd you put it on the list if you don't want to talk about it?
Because it is absolutely one of the 3 top stories.
Which means, I mean, it's not, here are the top 3 headlines. It's the top 3 stories.
And you
which
got
means
the story.
You should expound.
The Pacers and the Lakers both won in the semifinals. They're on to the finals.
I guess you could say,
That's pretty
see
impressive.
our 1. You could probably do that.
Oh, so hot garbage out of the Pellies last night. Just hot garbage. It's Pacers Lakers.
All right. So the LeBron James Invitational is nearly done, and LeBron will be crowned the champion. I don't know if there's an MVP trophy with it, but LeBron James will probably win the LeBron James if there is a LeBron James.
I mean, dude, what do you want out of a guy who dropped 35-8 last night at 39 years of age? Again, like in Zion's grill. I don't know what else you want out of the
also, guy. I pointed this out before. I'm pointing out again. Michael Jordan didn't do that.
There's no need.
Michael Jordan didn't win what LeBron's getting ready to win. You know why? Because he couldn't.
There's no need to rig the system in favor of LeBron when dude's going out and doing stuff like he did last night. You don't need to rig the game for that guy. That guy can just take it over.
I'm not talking about rigging the game. I'm saying they designed a tournament so they could crown him something else. That's all. And I'm fine with it. Some people will not be, especially the Michael Jordan people, because they have no comeback to it. When he wins this tournament and is declared the LeBron James of the LeBron James tournament, Michael Jordan can never do that.
Item number 2. Oh, you already did that, didn't you?
It's all right. That water cooler is heavy, and sometimes you miss the mark and someone else has to help you with it.
Earlier this week, we told you about the brand new proposal in the world of college athletics from NCAA President Charlie Baker, who put forward the possibility of a subdivision of schools that would enter a gray area in college sports. Now, Charlie Baker has had some more comments about it. After the memo went around earlier this week about this new subdivision, a subdivision that a few schools, the estimation, according to Ross Dellinger, is that at maximum between 45 and 50 schools would be able to enter this. I said 48, which results in 2 24-team super conferences and everybody else playing in an entirely different world of college football.
So the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yes. An expanded SEC and expanded Big Ten. Both of them, I think, add a handful more schools. They go to 24. You will have probably a 12-team playoff in both. The champions of those 2 conferences will meet each other for a national championship, and everybody else who's not invited to one of those 2 conferences will then join the EEC and become what is now the Group of 5.
Will there be teams uninvited that are already in these conferences that are like at the bottom? Will they be uninvited?
If they are replaceable, yes. Vanderbilt is absolutely at threat, in my opinion. Well, Charlie Baker has now said that his proposal to allow the most highly resourced schools in Division I to pay athletes directly via NIL deals and use a trust fund is, in his opinion, just a, quote, starting point, end quote. He said, quote, "We need to be able to anticipate where conversations are going to try to get this big, huge, diverse association with 2,000 members, like, oh my God, to a place where he's actually said that. That's a direct quote. To a place where they're talking about stuff that's common and not just responding and reacting to other people's agendas," end quote. He went on to say, quote, "Some people are going to say you're going too far, and people will say, well, you're not going far enough. I promise you that's going to be where most of the dialogue on this will be in the short term."
All right. So what's the male version of a Valley girl? Is it a Valley bro? Is he like a Valley bro?
It's a Baker now. Like, oh my God. Like 48 teams and like 2 divisions, and like the winners can like totally play each other. And like that winner will like totes get a trophy. So awesome. Baker said the proposal was from an amalgamation of conversations he's had with administrators from across college sports. SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey yesterday said he did not see Baker's letter until it went out on Tuesday. He said any attempts to reform college sports will be addressed in 5 arenas: the courts, Congress, state legislatures, conferences, and the NCAA. He said, quote, "All of those have to be a part of the solution," end quote. There are 133 schools in Division I football's top tier, the FBS. Baker's proposal seems targeted, as I said, at about half of those schools, according to ABC News. I don't think it will even be half. I think it will be, again, max 50. My completely and entirely arbitrary number is 48. I think you end up with 2 24-team conferences when it's all said and done. So we will find out. But Charlie Baker said, look, this thing is far from done. There's still some tinkering. There's still some toying. We're going to have to hear ideas from athletes. We're going to have to hear ideas from the conferences. We're going to have to hear ideas from administrators within the NCAA. There's a lot of different issues that we have to hammer out before this thing becomes a reality. This is just a framework for where we are going to end up going. So what does that mean? I have no idea. I got nothing. I got no idea. Congress, Congress at some point is going to get involved in this, mainly because the NCAA administrators keep dragging them in, despite the fact that they've been told over and over, you figure out a framework solution and then come back to us and we'll see what we can do legislatively to help you out. But on top of that, another lawsuit has been filed against the NCAA. A couple of former Division I athletes on both the men's and women's side have sued the NCAA again, saying that some of their NIL regulations and protocols are unacceptable, are unfair, maybe unconstitutional. They have done so in a Northern California district court, a district court that has already handed a few major legal L's to the NCAA in lawsuits brought to the court by former student athletes. This one coming in lockstep with the proposal sent out by Charlie Baker, to me, looks like it could be real interesting. We'll dive headfirst into that more frequently later on as this story continues to develop. But let us get to item number 3. I don't care that you don't care. I don't care that this is not even going to register on the majority of you listening. It is pretty much a terrible idea for a radio host to knowingly bring up something that isn't going to register. But it should. It should. Times Magazine has put out their Blank of the Year awards. We all know that the Person of the Year of 2023 is Mrs. Taylor Swift, voted your Times Person of the Year. But Times also put out their 2023 Athlete of the Year. Have you seen who it is?
I have not.
Would you like to put forward a guess? Who is the 2023 Times Athlete of the Year?
Is it a political choice or is it actually an athlete?
It's actually an athlete.
Actually an athlete. We don't have enough time for
It's not from baseball.
Okay.
It's not from basketball.
Okay, so it's Patrick Mahomes.
Messi!
Oh. Okay, I should have thought when you said, I know you don't care, that it had to be soccer related.
It is soccer related. The Time Magazine 2023 Athlete of the Year is Lionel
Messi!
The 36-year-old signed with Inter Miami this year in a blockbuster move that brought him to Major League Soccer and changed the game entirely. Arenas were being sold out to watch him play. There have been others who are on the list, including some previous winners, Simone Biles, Aaron Judge, and others. LeBron James have all won and all got some votes this year. But days shy of a 1-year anniversary since his victory with Argentina in the World Cup in Qatar, Lionel Messi is celebrated as your Times 2023 Athlete of the Year. 11 goals in 14 games during the season, scoring as Inter Miami beat Nashville to win the Leagues Cup for the first major trophy. Missed half of the season with an undisclosed injury. It was too late to make the playoffs, but they will be back in the mix next year. Not only that, but Inter Miami yesterday announced a 4-game international friendly exhibition as major clubs around the world are now calling Inter Miami to visit Europe and Asia to play in friendlies, which to me is just going that much further of putting MLS soccer on the map, which I love to see. This is exactly 0% of a surprise to me. Your 2023 Athlete of the Year
Messi!
is Lionel Messi. So there you go, your water cooler cheat sheet. Let us take a break. When we come back here in just uno momento, Roger Goodell had some comments earlier this week. We have seen games taking place in Deutschland. We have seen games taking place in jolly old London. We have seen games taking place in Mexico City. Where else might we see games? And might we see more games taking place in the regular season but internationally. Roger Goodell had some comments on that. We'll tell you what they were when we come back. Sheezy McNeasy texts the show, said the word amalgamation isn't used enough in our society. That's all. I'll hang up and listen. Brandon Burnett said, yo, Rob, you did that voice like way too good. Well, you know, we all got a little Valley Girl in us, don't we? Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, live read right here, and then we're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back.
Oh, okay. All right. I was wondering why Cowgirl was trending.
Apparently somebody just put out a song.
Yeah.
That's a risky click.
Yes, it was. It turned out not to be once I clicked it, though. So, I mean, we've been taking risks since hour one. Why not? I'm just going to go ahead and click it.
Leave the past in the past, Lonzo. It's where it deserves to be.
I don't know what you're talking about, Rob. It's talking about you going Valley Girl. Okay, that is fair. I asked the question, the Valley Girl, Valley Bro thing, and someone posted a picture of Spicoli or a video of Spicoli going, oh, gnarly. And that would be exactly, yeah. Sean Penn when he had hair. So weird.
How do we feel about the international NFL games? Have we just accepted them now? Do we not like them? We had a few earlier this season. We're done with them for this year. But the reason I ask is that Roger Goodell is once again banging the drum to make the NFL an international league. He said earlier this week, quote, I am convinced this game is going to be a global sport. We could have sold over our 2 games in Germany, 4.5 million tickets. They sold out in minutes, and it's literally the same with the UK. I think you're going to see a very global NFL, not necessarily with franchises, but maybe like have one playing games on a global basis, and I see that happening in the next 5 to 10 years.
You know, we've talked many times with our friend Stoneman down the hall who was about Britain's response to NFL and how they're just crazy about it over there because he has family over there. So he goes over there once a year usually. And it always seems to be right around the time that there's an NFL game going on. And watching the Germany thing, man, those people were going crazy. Does the novelty wear off though?
And that's my question. That's kind of my question is, yes, it is very exciting to get to experience something that is not a norm or the norm, right?
I don't think NFL Europe did that well. I mean, as far as people actually coming to the game.
I don't either, but I would also, and this is what I've pointed out in the past, let's be real, it was far from the best football.
No, I agree.
Right?
I agree. The stars weren't there and all that. It was just football. This is the stars of the NFL showing up in your country, and I can see why you want to go see something that you wouldn't normally get to see. But if it's an every week thing, maybe it drops off. I don't know.
I don't either. And it's interesting. You know, it's kind of, we talked a little MLS a minute ago because of Leo Messi. It's kind of a problem that MLS is having. On one hand, the MLS is a good league, right? But for those of us that have been around and watching soccer at the top level for years, for those of us that are turning the TV on at 7 a.m. on a Saturday to watch English Premier League or La Liga or Serie A or whatever else, MLS football is just not as good. It's improving, but it's just not as good. And when you only have a certain amount of minutes per week to invest in sports, you're going to invest it in the top athletes playing the top games in the top leagues, right? So it does not shock me that NFL Europa was kind of a niche sport. It was kind of a niche league. When you send over NFL teams, and you send the best athletes and the most notorious athletes in the game, obviously more attention is ultimately going to be paid to that. But if you're doing 15 games in Germany as opposed to 2 or 4, if you're doing 15 games in London as opposed to 2, if you're doing 5 games in Spain instead of 1, if you're doing 10 games in Mexico City instead of 2, is it going to have the same appeal? But I'm not even super concerned about that. My question mark is if they spread the game out further, right? I think it is, to me, both a blessing and a curse at 1 p.m. on Sundays. It is a blessing that we can have as many as 8 games all going on at the same time. It's a curse in that we got 8 games to follow all at the same time. And if
that's what Red Zone is for.
It's great.
It is.
But if you're betting on the games like I do, it can be tough to follow. If you are fantasy footballing during the games, it can be tough to follow. And I would even go as far as to say, if you're just trying to follow the league, not a team, but the league, it can be tough to follow. So if we spread out more games, we have international games. Effectively, what I think ends up happening, Zoe, is we add another window to NFL Sundays, right? Now we have a 9 a.m. window for a game in Germany, a game in London, and a game in Spain. Then we have our 1 o'clock window. Then we have our 4:30 window. Then we have Sunday Night Football. Is there a point where the NFL can get oversaturated, can be spread too thin, and it creates a world where fans feel like they can't keep up? Because, I don't know about you guys, for me, one of the biggest things in my life is I watch television shows after they're over, right? I watch them after they're over. Very rarely is there a show that I'm watching week by week as it drops. Well, one of the ones I'm watching right now, Lonzo, is Monarch: Legacy of Monsters on Apple TV.
See, I haven't watched it yet, but it looks really good.
I like it,
especially Kurt Russell and the son. That looks like a really good idea.
I like it. It's fun. Episodes drop on Fridays, right? But Ted Lasso, all these other shows that have come out, I watch them once they're over. And the reason I watch them once they're over, though, is so I can dive in and put my attention into the show, and I know I don't have to wait and get distracted by other things. It's the biggest problem with me as a wrestling fan is that I can't watch the shows live. I got to go back and find. And if you miss 2 or 3 of them, you're totally out of the loop. You got to play catch up. It's tough. If the NFL does that and they get spread out and they get spread too thin, could there be a point where fans start backing off the league? Where fans start going, it's too much. I can't keep up, right? You got 3 games that take place back to back on Sundays. You got a game on Monday. You got a game on Thursday. Now that college is over, you're going to start seeing games on Saturdays. I mean, we are dedicating right now for at least another couple of weeks, Monday nights to the NFL, Thursday nights to the NFL, Saturday nights to the NFL, and all day Sunday to the NFL. Is there a point where it becomes too much? And I'm concerned. I am not anti NFL games taking place in other places until the point that it empirically starts impacting the quality of the games, right?
But it hasn't so far, although some of the players have complained about jet lag and they have to adjust to that. I can't help it. The more NFL, the better. You know, it's my favorite sport. So the more of it there is, the better.
Listen,
even though I didn't watch it, when you can have a horrible game like last night end up being a pretty good game. Good. Yeah, I mean,
we all kind of thought we were getting another Thursday night game,
which is why I didn't tune in at all. I was watching something else, like, yeah, it's the Patriots and the Steelers. How good could that be? And then the Patriots actually win the game and have like more offense in the first half than they've had in like the last 5 games or something like that.
Yeah, Billy Zappi came in on like the opening drive and looked like a monster. Mitch Trubisky tossed 17 interceptions to open the game, still gave himself a chance to win it late. I think that, so anyway, point is, I am interested in seeing what expansion might end up looking like. I absolutely think you're getting a team in London. I've even told you who I think that team is. I'm 90% sure that within the next decade, there will be no more Jacksonville Jaguars. There'll be the London Beef Eaters or London Bad Food Eaters or whatever it is. Sorry, Trevor. Have a good run. Enjoy London, buddy. I think that's down the pipe. All I've got is I hope it does not become such a part of the NFL that it's impacting the quality of play. I don't want to get to a point where it's like, what I don't want, Zoe, is I don't want Sunday morning games to develop the reputation that Thursday night games have right now, right? Because you're going to end up with more teams. And again, I think if it goes the direction I think it's going to go to, it's not just this Sunday live from Germany. It's these two teams. I think it's going to be this Sunday morning at 9 a.m. Tune in as the Dolphins take on the Packers in Germany, as the Patriots take on the Bears in London, as the Saints take on the Falcons in Spain, and as the so-and-so takes on the I ran out of teams.
I don't think quality
Mexico
matters
City.
in this case until the time that the novelty wears off. Those teams and those games have to play somewhere. Why not send them over there? So only lately have the Europeans and the Mexican games been good. I mean, when Jacksonville was going the last couple of years before Trevor Lawrence and before they got better, they were getting a horrible team every year when Jacksonville went over there.
I mean, look, you got Chiefs Dolphins. That's a Sunday night quality
And
game.
it was
a great game.
Yeah.
It was a real good game. You were getting Chiefs Dolphins now. You're right. They are sending real good teams over to Europe to play. And I'm fine with that too. Listen, if you're going to grow the game, you should send Dolphins Chiefs and not Panthers Chargers, right? You need to send good stuff over there.
That just made me feel ill. Panthers,
Right?
Chargers. Yeah.
Can you imagine Thursday night football, the Panthers and the Chargers?
Actually, I could for Thursday night. Yeah.
Thursday night football. I'm going to bed early. I think that to me, I don't really have a concern about this. I think it is at this point so inevitable that I have just accepted it. I think it is inevitable. I've accepted it. We are going to have if not multiple European teams down the league. And I'm totally fine with that up into the point that the games start getting denigrated for it. That's my concern, that some of these games are going to start turning into absolute boat shows because you got guys flying back and forth across the pond over and over. And I understand, listen, Cody said this to me one time. He's like, Rob, what's the difference in a team from New York flying to London and a team from LA flying to New York? Nothing. There's no difference. Except for it throws your entire weekly schedule off, except you got to add travel time because you've got international travel as opposed to just hopping on a charter flight. There's a lot that has to be handled that's got to be added into all of this. And while it does not directly impact the players, the scheduling and the timing will. And there is a difference. There's no difference from New York to London and LA to New York. You know where there's a massive difference? LA to London. London to LA, London to Chicago, London to Atlanta, London to Texas, Texas to London, Atlanta to London, etc. There's a big problem there. And all of those things, I think, can start impacting the quality of the football games that we watch. And I will say this before all else. The number one reason that I prefer the NFL to college ball is because the on-the-field product is better, right? I don't care what level you're watching at. The NFL is better football with better players and better teams. That's why I'm an NFL guy. But if the quality of that league starts dropping down, If the quality of the league starts suffering because of this, then it'll be pushback time. Of course, it'll also be too late, but hey, it is what it is. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We will wrap up hour number 2. We got Hayden Ask Mario coming up later in the show, and we are going to talk NBA ball with him. Then, after that, we'll take a look at the NFL weekend. We'll start taking a look at some of the biggest games upcoming, because now we have hit the point of the season where undoubtedly playoff implications are on the line starting last night. The Steelers are going to have to win 3 of their next 4 to get in, and I don't know if they can do it based on what I saw last night. Take a break. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
According to TMZ, invaders with ski masks broke into Keanu Reeves' house and stole stuff.
That is not the dude's house you want to break into.
Right. Well, I don't think he was home. If you've seen him actually on the gun range,
It's incredible.
yeah.
It's incredible. Chris, congrats on that Pats win, by the way, buddy. It's a big one.
It hurts your draft chances for, maybe someone really good, but, probably be getting a new coach anyway, so maybe.
Watch Hoodie win out. Bum, bum, ba-da.
He could win out and then retire and laugh
Yeah.
because he hurt the team on the way out by not giving them a high draft pick. Where's Mario at?
Chicago, Illinois.
Okay. I was wondering
He
time.
was in Indianapolis, but they
Wondering.
moved him to Chicago. He got a job with 670 The Score in Chicago and works full time for them and BetQL. Because I think most of BetQL stuff is run out of Chicago and DC, and he is their either executive or like overall producer in Chicago.
Cool.
Consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They help qualified consumers with over $1 million in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 'Tis the season. Season for what? For the Upstate Holiday Lights Show. Where's that? At the new location, District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153. Millions of incredible Christmas lights and music, a giant Christmas tree, a 600-foot-long light tunnel, carnival rides, and even a petting zoo and pony corral. Need tickets? Yes, you can pick your dates and times even by fast passes at upstatelights.com. We should all go together.
The Upstate Holiday Light Show is open now through December 31st at District Park, at the intersection of 123 and 153.
Hey, did you know the Statue of Liberty is the largest holiday gift ever given? That's a big deal, just like those at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hey, did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or $2,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
From the Ingalls Market Studio, The Fan.
Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
From the Free Odyssey, CBS Sports Radio. Sound off from the text line. 71307.
Ross Dellinger's got an interesting article up on yahoosports.com that I read last night. He pointed out that after Charlie Baker's memo dropped, it caught a lot of college administrators by surprise. They did not expect anything like this. This wasn't something that he was making the rounds before he dropped the memo and said, hey, FYI, next Wednesday, I'm going to throw a loaded grenade into the room. Good luck. Get ready. He just kind of dropped it in the email. Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference, apparently did not know this was coming at all. Said the first I found out about it was when it popped up in my email inbox. I had no idea outside of that. So Dellinger tells the story that a group of college administrators were all out in Vegas. They were having some meetings, and they all went out afterwards. And he said that one of the administrators, he does not name who it was, but he said that one of the administrators was quoted as saying, how are we going to pay for this? Right? And I think that, to me, realistically, that to me is what is the crux of this whole conversation. Dellinger dove in and he did the math. He said that for the smallest athletic departments to meet the minimum requirements for being included in this subdivision of football, for the smallest athletic department, it would check in somewhere between $5 and $7 million minimum. For the largest departments, it's at least $12 to $15 million minimum, right? So the expenses of college football aren't going to change unless there is a program that decides to pull back on recruiting expenses and pull back on stadium expenditures and all this. The expenses aren't going to change. You are adding $7 to $15 million, depending on the size of the athletic department, at a minimum to their expenses. Now, he points out that you do have these TV deals. The Big Ten last year signed a $1 billion per year television contract with Fox. But Dellinger quoted one college coach as saying, where are we going to get that money? He quotes as an athletic director as saying, how will we pay for this? End quote. And I think these are the questions that we kind of want to have answered, that we kind of need answered at this point. He had a conversation with Baylor president Linda Livingstone, who is part of the Division I Board of Directors. And he quoted her as saying, quote, one of the things is, what do you put in broad legislation that might create this new division with some parameters? What do you leave for the division to decide for itself? How much specificity do you provide compared to what was in the original proposal? Are there elements that would shift and change? End quote. I know we had a lot of knee-jerk reaction to this announcement earlier this week, and frankly, we should. As I've mentioned a number of times, I think this is the biggest announcement maybe ever in college sports. I think it is the biggest proposed change ever in college sports. And I think it is a proactive move, which 90% of the time, I don't have an issue with an organization being proactive, trying to get out ahead of the curve. I think it is a proactive move based in reaction, if that makes sense. I think the reaction to, and I know some of you think I'm blowing this up. I don't think I am. I think the reaction to the ACC/Florida State taking a screw job last Sunday at the hands of the selection committee kind of pushed all of this forward a little bit. It kind of pushed all of this forward from the standpoint of, okay, the natives are restless. They now see, or at least feel as if, there are favorites being played with conferences right now. How do we work around this? And the answer is, let's create a world in which we encourage the major conferences and the major schools within the conferences to start to band together. How do we do that? Create a new group that only they are in. Create the separation that's not creating itself right now. And I think that's where this move came from. But I am trying to hold my breath a little bit. I am trying to not overreact, I guess I should say, to these announcements. I'm trying not to overreact to these announcements. I can do this because it is a very loose framework protocol. There are not there are specifics, the $30,000, the trust funds, et cetera, et cetera. But that's a very loose framework. And this has probably got 1,000 lawyers standing between it and some sort of finality. Even Charlie Baker said yesterday that the final setup, the final structure could end up looking dramatically different than what was proposed earlier this week because of the potential litigation, the lawyers, the schools. There are going to be a lot of schools that are going to have a problem with this. Let's be real. I think outside of schools that are already in the Big Ten and the SEC, and even some of the ones that are in it, but I think outside of the big schools and outside of the schools that we assume are going to be making the move over, Florida State and Clemson are ending up in the Big Ten and or the SEC at some point in the future. Right? Does anybody disagree with that? Does anybody see a world in which the ACC is existent in 10 years? Because I don't. Does anybody see a world in which FSU and Clemson and Miami and North Carolina aren't inside of the Big Two within a decade? I don't. I think it's an inevitability at this point. And so if that is the case, if that is the reality here, outside of that group of schools, you're going to have a lot of pushback. You're going to have pushback from the bottom feeders of the Big Ten and the Southeastern Conference. Because if capital I, capital F, if there are enough profitable programs out there outside of what are already inside the Big Ten and the SEC, and if the SEC and the Big Ten decide, here's the number, this is the hard number, we're not going above this number, then those schools may have their membership terminated. And now not only are they a former SEC or former Big Ten school that is not going to receive their cut of those broadcasting dollar bills, y'all, that are, kind of super important in this world that we live in this little thing of ours. Not only are they not going to have that anymore, but I don't know that they're going to have a way to get it anywhere else, which means cutbacks, which means getting rid of sports, which means rolling back your ability to pay coaches to try to upgrade you within the conferences. The biggest fear that I have in all of this is that there are going to be a lot of schools that suffer in the name of one sport. There's going to be a lot of schools that are hurting in the name of one sport. That is why I've said a number of times, I think we're going to end up, it's always been to me, I think we're going to end up with the Big Ten, the SEC, and the EEC. And my assumption was that the EEC would be some kind of merger between the remaining teams in the Pac-12, the teams remaining in the Big 12, and the teams remaining in the ACC once FSU, Clemson, Miami, and North Carolina, and maybe NC State by association, find their way into one of the two big conferences, right? I've told you, I think Florida State's going Big Ten, ultimately. I think Clemson is a Big Ten target. I do not know if they would have a lean. Well, I don't have a lean for Clemson one way or the other. I think Florida State's a Big Ten school down the line. I think Miami is probably a Southeastern Conference school down the line. But the fact that this proposal dropped and Greg Sankey didn't know about it, this proposal dropped, and there is a horde of college administrators, athletic directors, and coaches that are asking questions that they don't even have a framework answer to right now, says to me that we are a long way from done with it. A long way from done. And so while I want to react, and I did the first day, and I still will, the reaction I had the other day remains the same. I think this is the beginning of the end of college football as we know it. And you know, I've been here 4 years. I stay away from that sort of dramatic expression to the best of my abilities. When the portal became legal, there were people on this station going, oh, this is the end of college football as we know it. No, wait, no, it's not. Calm down.
It was, actually.
It wasn't?
It as they knew it. As we knew it, yeah, it was the end of that era, and now we're into NFL Light. I mean, it's just each time something changes, it becomes something different. So it was the end of what those people who complained about. It was the end of it for them.
I think what people were saying, or the way that expression was being utilized by people, was more along the lines of, what's the Santa's in the parking lot, Lonzo? Oh, he just walked. Okay, I'm going to say a sentence right now I've never said before. I'm sorry.
Is it the same guy that I was talking about yesterday?
No, this is actual Santa, red suit and everything.
Okay.
All right, there he goes on the far side of the dumpster. You can see his hat turning the corner. See him going in the building? I've never said this sentence before, but Santa just walked behind the dumpsters and is sneaking in the back door of the next door office.
See, if it's a surprise, you just ruined it. Say they have the station on over there, and you just ruined the surprise.
What do you want me to say? I just saw Santa disappear behind a dumpster. I'm not supposed to react to that.
You were extremely specific about where he went, and I mean,
I don't have to tell you.
There's like what, 2 places there, so it's one or the other.
I just train wrecked a segment. Because I had to say the sentence. I just watched Santa disappear behind a dumpster, and it was actually Santa.
It was. I saw the last glimpses of him entering the building, whatever building that may be.
Anyway, the fact that there are this many questions, the fact that Charlie Baker came out with this protocol and has zero guideline or framework behind it other than the barest of bare minimums, tells me, Texter says, great, you were going right where I was going, Texter. This proposal by the NCAA is just another example of a desperate move by a desperate organization. They ignored the impending legal problems with NIL and portal and pretended it would go away, then spent a boatload of money defending it all the way to the SCOTUS and lost. Now, out of desperation to get the genie back in the bottle, they are settling themselves up to get sued again. Big boys, pack the bags and move on to creating super conference on your own. Sans the NCAA, you don't need them. Yeah. And I think that's the direction you're going. The Big Ten and the SEC are going to utilize the SEC, the NCAA's platform until they don't need to anymore. And then everybody not in those conferences is screwed. When we come back, you have all heard legendary stories about hating ass Mario. He joins us live on the show next. It is the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate. Lonzo, do that thing you do so well.
All right, I'm adequate. A group of former college athletes are suing the NCAA and the Power 5 conferences, claiming rules preventing schools from paying athletes violate antitrust laws. The 70-page suit is filed in the Northern District of California, where the NCAA has lost multiple cases already. The lawsuit claims athletes have a right to revenue sharing with the schools. Clemson football coach Dabo Swinney said yesterday the biggest problem in college football is tampering, saying, we could fix it easily if they let football people fix it, but they don't usually listen to us. Sweeney suggested stiffer sanctions and penalties for teams caught tampering. Sorry, my turrets they happen on occasion. All right. We are your home for Furman football. Tune in tonight as the Paladins playoffs continue. Furman takes on Montana at 7:30 right here on the Fan, upstate.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hate itself. What's up, fella?
Hey, what's up going on, man? How we doing?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Cannot complain. Cannot complain. Sorry about your Pelicans.
Dude, embarrassing. Like, that is the first game in a very long time that I turned it off. I'm like, nope, I'm not wasting my time on this. This is trash.
Yeah. I thought they were gonna come back to at one point because I was like, dude, I'm gonna chug a Diet Coke here at half.
I mean, they were down what, like 9 at the half, and the Lakers hit like 7 straight threes, and we were still within 9. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Like, weather that storm, come back. And then the dude, I'm gonna ask you about Zion, but I'm over it. Like, I've been his staunchest defender. He looked like crap last night.
Don't believe it. It's just one game, man. He'll be back next week. You'll be all right. He will have a stellar game, and you'll be like, that's my guy again. He's making that face like it's not going to happen, but it's going to. It's going to.
It
can't get in the way of the LeBron James Invitational.
Tyrese Halliburton Invitational.
The what?
It's a Tyrese Halliburton
Tyrese Halliburton Invitational. Dude, that kid is next. He's on another level right now.
Yeah.
Until he goes up against LeBron James, and LeBron James wins the LeBron James and the LeBron James Invitational. It's going to happen. As I've already said, it's something Michael Jordan will never be able to do. And this will make people say that, LeBron is greater than Jordan. Because the NBA has a script just like the NFL.
Got the script. This had a list of Reggie Bush college highlights show up in my Twitter, and I'm gonna tell you, I might spend some time watching those later.
Dude, those are the best.
Is it when they took his Heisman away?
It's what won him the Heisman to be taken away and then given back, because that's how it works.
He was a cheat code in that video game too.
Dude, Reggie Bush was what Michael Vick was to Madden for like 6 years in a row.
You mean the game that they say is coming back, but we still have never seen it? Yeah.
How are you going to bring it back now?
Yeah, that game?
Yeah. Oh my God, can you imagine being the coach and you have to deal with the transfer portal in that video game?
Yeah! Damn!
We're tied now.
Crap. I blew it on Friday. I don't even want to again. I blew it. I had a 28-3 lead. I was about to go back-to-back weeks, and I blew it in the fourth.
Thanks, Zion.
Oh. Unreal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The Rob Brown radio program is right here on the Fan Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg, and all around the world. Feel free. You're welcome on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Put it on your cell phone, your tablet, your PC, your laptop, wherever it is that you watch a screen for more minutes than is psychologically healthy. Make sure you have the Odyssey app and take a break with us here on the Fan Upstate. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome, I think for the first time, I don't know. I don't remember if he's been on before.
It is for the first time.
I think it is for the first time. Yes. You have heard many a story about our syndicated show on Saturdays, Bet for the Cycle. It was a baseball show. Now it's an all the sports show. You have heard about myself, Cody Decker, and the mysterious hating-ass Mario making each other do torturous things for your own pleasure and entertainment. We now welcome, for the very first time here to the Rob Brown Show, a BetQL expert and NBA dude at heart, Mario Heron, a.k.a. hating-ass Mario, joins us on the show. What's up, big fella?
Nothing much. Living a dream. Cannot complain. Belly button not pierced yet, but, getting ready mentally for that to come. And, hey, thanks for having me on. It's great to be here, especially on a Friday morning. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world.
I love it. And Mario will be from this weekend till the end of January, per his most recent bet tanking, although he got us back this week. I think you guys hit this week, didn't you?
Oh, we hit big time.
Yeah.
We hit big time. Yeah.
Mario, until the end of January, will be sporting a pink and dangly diamond Hello Kitty belly button ring. And here's the fun part. They got us back. So they beat us in our Parlay v Parlay challenge contest this week, which means that Cody Decker and I have to go through the absolute horrendous punishment of doing our 4-hour show dressed as the Road Warriors hawk and animal.
Wow, man. How are you ever going to be able to do that?
Mario, you got fleeced, dog. You got fleeced.
I know.
How big is the Hello Kitty charm on the?
Do you have it yet? Has it showed up yet?
So Decker messed up. He should have put it under my name and they would have put it in my box. But since he came here, it's under Cody Decker. They're trying to, I asked him about it yesterday and they're like, oh, it's somewhere. We kind of lost it. So it is lost. Not by my doing, but it is lost.
Super convenient, buddy.
It's very convenient. I was pretty pumped about it.
Yeah.
But that's an honest face. Why would he lie about that?
Yeah. Why would he lie? Why would he lie about the pink Hello Kitty belly button ring? Why? Hey, let's talk a little bit about this tournament, and I'm going to start because I'm a selfish jerk talking about my own team. The Pellies get absolutely rolled by the Lakers. Now, there's two things I want to jump on here. We'll go with the one that I would like to spend dramatically less time on. The Lakers, Mario, were my preseason. I don't know it's fair to call them a dark horse team, but I also know you didn't really see a lot of people picking the Lakers out of the West as a true threat. I really like this team, not just as LeBron on a warpath right now, but when LeBron is playing triple-double basketball and Anthony Davis can fit in as opposed to trying to run the offense through him, and now you've got threats on the outside like Austin Reeves. I actually think this team is pretty good. I'm not concerned about a loss to the Lakers for the Pelicans. What I'm concerned about, Mario, is that team, specifically centering the conversation around Zion Williamson, just looked like they didn't give a damn, and it kills me.
It seems like Zion's going to do what I call the Bradley Beal, where he's going to stick around for a little bit longer, and then he's going to say, hey, I want this amount of money, I want this about a big chunk of change, and then he's going to go, now I want to trade. And I think that's the direction it's kind of going for the Pelicans. And look, the thing that pissed me off about Zion last night, because I wanted a close game, right? And I wanted a Zion versus LeBron matchup, right? And I thought that'd be perfect for him, is Zion could not figure out for the life of him that when he had LeBron and that he's going to put a little bit of muscle into him, LeBron's going to go to the ground. And when LeBron goes to the ground, if you haven't paid attention the past 5 years, guess what happens? The ref goes, foul on you. That's what happens. Anytime LeBron hits the floor, it's going against you, and he couldn't figure that out at all. And there was no point in this game where Zion took it over. The Lakers said, this is a playoff game. We want to win. We want to take this. This is going to show everyone that this is who we are. We're, like you said, people kind of like, oh, dark horse. We're not a dark horse. We're a serious contender. And the Pelicans said, absolutely, please take it. Here you freaking go. No one showed up. Brandon Ingram didn't show up. Zion didn't show up. I will say this, though. This is, I think, I would say 8th time this year watching the Pelicans. I think it's clear as day that your best player is Herb. Like without a doubt, I think your best player on that team is Herb Jones, and your most important player. Brandon Ingram's a great player. Zion's a great player. But the guy that does it on both ends of the floor consistently and actually, I don't know, cares every single night, I think is Herb Jones. And then it stops and ends at him.
Big fan of Herb Jones. One of the only reasons the Pelicans stayed in there for 2.5 quarters last night when they're getting 10 out of Z and 9 out of BI. And again, look, it's the worst game I've seen the Pelicans play so far this year. They've played some snoozers. That was the worst I've seen them play. The thought I had was this is an opportunity game for Zion Williamson. You're going up against LeBron. You're going up against the dude. This is an opportunity for you to go out there and attack. And I saw Shaq after the game. Shaq said, Zion's got the same mentality that I had at the beginning of my career, that I'm just going to come in here and just kind of do my thing and dominate. And he said, I had to get schooled. I had to get taken to school a few times before something clicked. I'm not saying we've hit the end of the road for Zion. What I am saying is Pelicans fans prepare, because he's going to get traded somewhere. He's going to get traded somewhere for far less than you could have gotten if you would have traded him coming into this season. And then he's going to go and he's going to click and he's going to turn into that guy. And I hate that.
Yeah, it's like that's inbound. Like that's coming no matter what. And like you said, it was a perfect opportunity for Zion to really kind of go off in this game and to kind of explode on the scene, if you will. It's the same thing that Tyrese Halliburton got, right? And he took advantage of it. And now look at him. People want to throw him in the MVP conversation. Now, I don't think he's ready for that. He's certainly taking the next level, and he's certainly a top 3 player you want to start with your franchise with right now. But Zion just didn't really do that. I think the thing, if you're a Pelicans fan, just Pelicans guy, that probably make you really frustrated, is you look at teams around you.
It does.
Well, to make things worse for you, if you look at a team like the Timberwolves, Anthony Edwards is a young player that's taken this team to be a top 3 team in the West. And that's probably going to be a serious contender and a team that's pretty built to beat the Nuggets. And if you look at that and you go, okay, why is my young star not carrying this team? Why is my young star not doing that? And then you look at, well, Halliburton's doing it at the Spurs. SGA's doing it with the Thunder. There's young guys that are coming on the scene right now, and Zion's going, I'll take a double cheeseburger. I'm going to sit back a little bit, maybe wait another year, or I'm going to turn it on in about April or May. And newsflash, only about 10 players maybe can do that. And you're not in that conversation yet, Zion.
We're talking with Hayden-ass Mario Herron, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Real quick, look at the other side over in the East. The Pacers are real interesting to me now, not just because they've made it to the finals, not just because they ran through Boston to get there, but I was looking at this team earlier today, and you talk about Halliburton and the games that guy's having his third 25-7 double-double with 0 turnovers. He's got 3 of those in his career. No one else in the NBA's history has more than 1 game like that. It's pretty incredible. But here's my favorite part. They are sitting on 5 tradable first-round draft picks. They are sitting on 10 tradable second-round draft picks. They have the lowest salary cap number in the NBA right now, which means they have plenty of room to make moves. Where the hell did Indiana come from?
It's shout out to the Sacramento Kings for saying we will take Sabonis, and here's Tyrese Halliburton. That's where it started, where it was like, really? You're going to make this trade? This guy that's a future NBA star? But the Kings were impatient. The Kings wanted to win now. And the Kings go, look, Fox and Halliburton aren't really working well. They both need the ball. They both, have to be playmakers with the ball. So they go, give us someone else. Give us a big that we are missing. And the Pacers go, hi, we have Domantas Sabonis, who can't play with Turner in this 2-big lineup that we've tried for 3 years now that never worked. So go ahead. We'll give you Sabonis. And they go, all right, we'll give you Tyrese Halliburton. And the jump that Tyrese Halliburton made from last year to this year is huge. This year, he is tied for second for 3-pointers made in the NBA at 3.9 with Luka Doncic. Last year, you would have said, Tyrese Haliburton, please shoot a 3. This year, you're saying, get a hand in that freaking guy's face. And there's another thing that's really nice about Haliburton is last night you saw the Bucks do this where every time he drove, he doesn't drive like every young player just looking to score right away, looking for how to finish at the rim. He drives and goes, where's the rest of the 4 players on the floor? And he looks for which defender is going to draw near him. And as soon as that defender draws, he kicks quick. And he kicks it in the perfect timing where the defender is closer to him than the shooter. Boom, they hit a shot. Defense, still more to be desired. But Tyrese Haliburton, man, you could have saw it in the USA team this past summer. There's 2 guys that stood on that USA team, Anthony Edwards and Tyrese Haliburton, who are 2 young players we're talking about all this year right now. Anthony Edwards and Tyrese Haliburton. The script was there. Lonzo was talking about there's a script. The script was there. We just didn't read it. We skipped that part and go, give me, I'll take the quiz. But no, the script was out there. Tyrese Haliburton's here to stay, and he's only going to develop more and more, even though his shot is really, really ugly, and I can't stand it.
Talk to me about Luka Doncic, because I was blown away. First half triple-double, not the first time, or excuse me, first time he's done that. He is now past Larry Bird in fewer than half the number of games that Larry Bird played. Now, as an old man in this conversation, I do have to point out that Larry Bird at any given time was on the floor with 2 to 4 other Hall of Famers, so there was not nearly as many points to go around.
You're really going to do that?
Yeah, I'm gonna be the old man.
No, that's. I mean,
100%.
Yeah, but look at the rest of the team. It's still Larry Bird, man.
I don't disagree, but when he's out there with Robert Parrish, there's half his points gone. Anyway, point is here, what that cat's doing is unbelievable. I really hope, and I don't know if Cuban selling and getting out is the right move or not. I kind of hate it right now because Mark Cuban felt like one of the few billionaire sports owners that really did care about his team winning as opposed to being profitable. So I don't know if him getting out is a good or bad thing for Dallas, but man, I feel like if you paired Luka up with a genuine 5, that dude might be the most deadly guy in the NBA right now.
No, 100%. And he, honestly, I'm going to say this, and this might be an overreaction or anything like that, but look, his stats are amazing, right? And watching him is amazing. But there's certain things that scare me about Luka, and that it's his insane usage rate that we're at right now with every team he plays. Because again, like you said, he needs that 5. He needs a big man that can kind of carry a little bit of weight for him. Also, Kyrie could probably step up a little bit and provide a little bit more shooting, a little bit more playmaking. But the thing with Luka that scares me, it gives me James Harden vibes a little bit, where I get the ball, I'm going to start the whole offense. The whole offense goes through me. It starts with me. It ends with me. And there's no other way about it. I am the system. There is no system. And that's the scary thing with Luka, is I think that usage rate that he has, which is 100%, by the way, according to Cleaning the Glass, in his position, which again, not a good thing. That doesn't, people like the usage rate's good. Like you want to be used a lot, but that doesn't end well. It never ends well. Look at James Harden's career. It never ends well. Russell Westbrook's career. It never ends well. That's my scary thing with Luka. The Mavs need to prepare him with like a little bit more. Like, yeah, it's cool, man. You're going to sell out. Luka's going to have 28 points, 17 assists, 12 rebounds, and you're going to go, God, we have the best player in the world. They're going to go to the playoffs. When a team has 4 different defenders to throw at them, and then they have 4 different guys that can hit a 3, that can provide 12 points off the bench, and then you go home. And then you go, at least we have the best player in the league. That doesn't freaking matter, man. It doesn't matter. He needs someone else. He needs a 5. He's an incredible player. MVP is, Mavs maybe have to be closer to the top, but the usage rate on him, man, that scares me to no end. And I don't want to see it because I love Luka. But stop complaining to the refs. Stop complaining to the refs. Stop the crying. Reach the NBA Finals, and then you can cry with them on your pillow. But until then, shut up.
Look at Mario. Hating ass Mario coming after Luka Doncic now.
There's a long tradition of complaining to the refs, which apparently works for some people. So growing up, you watch people do that. I mean, you're like, okay.
Yeah.
I think it's when you've actually reached superstar status, when the complaining starts working.
Yeah, that's probably not unfair.
Yeah.
That's probably not unfair. Mario Herrian joining us here from the BetQL Network, talking some NBA shooty hoops with us as we are just about to put the NBA in-season tournament to bed. I'm going to ask you, Lonzo by himself and without any goading from me, completely stole your overreaction or make sense game for this show. Like he did that on his own. I had nothing to do with it.
Really? Really? You're going to do that? You're going to do that?
So I totally stole overreaction or make sense, and we do it on the show now. And one of the ones we did earlier in the week on Wednesday was the NBA in-season tournament was a success. And I said that in a complex answer. To me, it's an overreaction. Was it a success? It happened. It gave us some good games. It gave us some interesting matchups. I think you saw last night, specifically out of Indiana and out of the Lakers, that those guys want to win this tournament. They came to win this tournament. Was it successful in like generating a bunch of fan interest? Like, no, you and I have been fighting the good fight since the beginning of the season, trying to get people on board with it. But to me, this was never something that was going to catch on from year one, because it is different than anything in American professional sports. It's a very European concept. To me, this is something that the NBA has got to dial in on. They've got to keep doing it, keep coming back to the well, keep inspiring players in the league to want to win this cup. In fact, I've even said I think there should be a competitive prize attached to it. Like if you win, like it should be a guaranteed playoff spot to me or something like that, right? Give me something that adds more weight, because LeBron winning another $500,000 when he's a billionaire doesn't do anything for me as the fan. Make it matter to me. But I think the direction it's in is something that if they keep hammering and keep chipping away, I do think in a handful of years, this could be one of the bigger trophies in American sports outside of the Big Four championships.
No, I completely agree. And I think the next step with that is the playoff thing. And the other next step is I know we need the finals in Vegas, but I need a good crowd. Like the crowd was fine, but they weren't like insanely into it. Like there wasn't a lot of Pacer fans there, obviously. Not a lot of Bucks fans. Like that's the next step. I think the Eastern side should be playing the East Coast, and then the West side should stay in the West Coast, and then you come together. But I don't think that's an overreaction. I think it makes sense, man. I mean, I think in this first year, I'm gonna tell you why. In this first year, you got the young superstar fun team that not a lot of people get to see in the Indiana Pacers. Small market team, a lot of young talent that even you only hear about them on a podcast, or when you tune into League Pass and you're like us and you watch it every single night, you go, oh, the Indiana Pacers are a pretty fun League Pass team. So you got that. You got a superstar at a young stage on the biggest platform ever, and everyone on Twitter is talking about it. More people were tweeting about the freaking in-season tournament last night than the NFL. They beat out the NFL. That's big. Second, LeBron James cares. Arguably the best player we've ever seen cares. That's big. If LeBron would have lost to the Pelicans last night and in the post-game interview, he'd have been like, I mean, who cares? It doesn't go to our record. It's an in-season tournament. So what? A little extra money? I just sneezed. I got that much money. That's what happened. I'll sell the tissue, and that's how much it will go for. So the fact that he's all in on it and then he's in the title, I think's fantastic. That makes this whole thing worth it. You have arguably the best player we've ever seen. Jordan's still better. And the in-season championship, wanting to win it. And then you have a very, very young team to combine with it. I think it's the perfect cocktail that this in-season tournament needed. It's a perfect start for it. The next step, maybe a playoff berth. The next step, maybe have it, the Eastern whatever title in a better place where we have a better crowd, and then they come together in Vegas, something along those lines. But Alonzo, also, it's a great segment. I'm not going to lie. I Googled it. I Googled it, saw it, and I go, you know what? I'm going to change some stuff around, and now it works.
Well, I did not steal it. He did. So,
Okay.
100%. I did. Thank you for giving me some credit there, Mario. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's
if
good.
It helps. Remember Pop It or Drop It? Lapka stole that one. I was editing a pot of his, and then I'm hearing Pop It or Drop It. I go, oh, thanks, Lapka.
Mario over here changing the world of radio. All right, my man Mario, hating-ass Mario Harrion, join us here from the BetQL Network, an NBA expert and insider talking some shooty hoops. He is going to join us. We're off. I'm off the next 2 weeks. No, that's not true. I'll be here next week. I'm your calendar. I'm your calendar. No, you're still here next week. It's the following 2 weeks. Mario will join us next Friday. We'll do this every Friday, talking NBA throughout the rest of the regular season. And then when we come back in the new year, we'll continue that. My man, good to have you, big dog. Appreciate you. I will see you tomorrow, pal.
Hey, see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for having me, man. It's been a blast as ever. And hey, everyone, make sure to tune in to BetQL Network, Bet for the Cycle, with Rob Brown. It's gonna be a good
Son of
one.
my guy. Cutting promos over here. Mario, a.k.a. the hating ass one, a.k.a. the bedazzled belly button himself. See you tomorrow, big dog.
See ya.
That's Mario Heron from BetQL joining us here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. We got to run to a break. We are back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
It's in queue.
Good work, big dog.
Hey, dude, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, I'll give you a call after I get off the air today.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, man. See ya.
It's that thing where it's not supposed to stop and it stops anyway, but it does it consistently every day. I should get it. I couldn't hear it. You were talking. I was paying attention.
My bad.
Yeah.
I blew it. All right, guys, give me just a minute. I got to take care of something. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Thanks for hanging out. Somebody said, is that Matt Riddle? June 27th, Panama versus the United States of America in Atlanta, Georgia. I will be off on June 28th. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that now.
Insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Tired of living with joint pain? Now there's a better natural solution. QC Kinetics. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. QC Kinetics. Regenerative treatments for your pain. 864-448-3772 with locations in Greenville and Asheville.
Rob, college football's over.
IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared.
Yeah, I know. We're going to talk NFL in the next hour, and it's kind of sinking in.
No, I meant, Saturday availability.
Oh, well, bet for the cycle rolls on, as does hockey season. But I do want to come back.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be a
When are you leaving to go to
today.
The
Online at TRA.com or call
17th,
So you're leaving on Saturday?
Sunday morning, early. Her family's Christmas gathering is on that Saturday.
The Christmas station, Magic 106.3 for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics. Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with Magic 106.3 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play Magic 106.3. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app. Today, partly sunny and beautiful, high of 62.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer.
How do you spell his last name?
Herron.
Okay, I spelled it right. How do you spell his first name?
Mario.
There's a couple of different ways you can spell Mario.
Mario.
Okay.
How else do you spell Mario?
Like Maury Povich, but you
That's-
add an IO on the end.
Stop
of
it. No, that is not a thing.
Of course
That
it
is
is.
not a thing.
It absolutely
No,
is.
That is not a thing.
It is.
That is non-existent.
Let's see. There's Mario McCoy, Mario Bailey, Mario Fiore, all spelled Maurio.
That's Mario.
All right, so I'm accepting apologies. I'm over here.
First off, you said
No. I was right. Come on.
no.
You're not even gonna give me that.
That's not Mario.
It's Mario. It's exactly Mario. I'm insulted, but I'm insulted daily by you. Just automatically, you think as if you're like the best speller in the world.
The best speller in the world.
Just because I ask how he spells Mario, because there's a couple different ways to spell Mario, and you didn't believe me.
That's Mario. Somebody spelled their name Maurio.
All right.
What is that?
Use your gangster accent.
It's Mario.
No, but pronounce that.
Hey, Mario.
Right.
Mario. Okay. Can we make fun of the Panthers a little bit? That'll get us back on the same page, right?
I don't know. After this week, it's yeah.
Chris Tabor is the interim head coach for your Carolina Panthers, ladies and gentlemen, taking over after the departure and a termination of Frank Reich as the head coach of that team. Welp, earlier this week.
Addition by subtraction. We got rid of the problem.
We're going to find out. Now, Chris Tabor stepped in, and this may shock you. Hang on to your butts, as Samuel L. Jackson once said. They lost again. Now, it was actually a pretty good game until it wasn't deep down the fourth, but they lost again. That's not the story going on around the Cats right now. The story around the Cats right now is this article that came out from The Athletic earlier this week. We've already gone well down that path. We don't need to rehash that discussion.
Why not? It's so juicy.
It really is. It's real bad, dude. It's real bad. Well, Chris Tabor.
You thought the Matt Rule stuff was bad.
The Matt Rule stuff was just like, a dork being a dork, right?
No,
Bad at his job.
It was college things not working at the NFL level.
Yes, completely and entirely. I think with Matt Rule, we could chalk it up to the OOU culture, right? Like the one of us culture, which created divide on the football team itself.
You know what Matt Rule has done? He is won in football.
Let's be real clear.
Something that Tepper has not done. He's won in football. I know it's at a different level, but still.
Let's be clear about this with the OOU stuff. If Matt Rule was turning in 12-5 seasons, OOU would have become the Panthers' freaking motto.
Would have been a t-shirt.
Right? 100%. If OOU would have been successful in Carolina, OOU would have been on t-shirts and hoodies and banners flying around Charlotte, North Carolina. But it wasn't. He created a divide that he was unable to overcome. Frank Reich apparently allowed the same thing to happen. He just didn't have a dumb catchphrase attached to it.
By the way, quick aside, Dan Scott just posted of himself outside in the snow in Montana.
I'm going to be real honest with you.
Dude, it looks really good. There's like heat coming off the top of his head, and it looks like about 3 inches of snow.
I want to do football play-by-play for a living. I would love to get to a point where I am the voice of an NFL team. It terrifies me that I would be the voice of the Vikings or the Packers, right? We're here at Lambeau Field. Have fun, Dan. Have a great trip, bud. We'll talk to you when you get back if you are capable of basic communication. We'll find out. That looks miserable. So Frank Reich created a divide, or maybe I should say allowed a divide to be created on his coaching staff. But I also think the point was very fair that Frank Reich didn't hire the coaching staff, so I can't put it entirely on him, right? Like, he did not have carte blanche to hire and fire who he wanted to. Tep had input. And we've gone down again. We've gone down the rabbit trail 11 times about the fact that unless Tep gets out of the way, this team is just going to be what this team is. And it's going to be what this team is for a very long time. Like I told Rashad yesterday, I hate it because it hurts the bottom line of one Rob Brown. But if Tep doesn't learn his lesson, and if Tep doesn't get out of the way, Lonzo and I are going to be covering a bad football team for a long time. And that's disappointing, man. It really is. Chris Tabor is the interim head coach. Now, there's a couple of guesses as to why Tabor was the guy that got taken over, the special teams coordinator, why he's the guy that got the gig. And the rumors going around that it's because Thomas Brown and Ejiro Evero didn't want to do it. They got offered, they didn't want it. And I believe that. I believe that those were the two guys that were offered the position. I believe they both turned it down because here's the thing there is, whether you like it or not, and I don't, but it's true. There's a stank on the Panthers right now. There's a stank on the Cats, for sure. And for two guys that both have, I believe, for two guys that both have head coaching aspirations ahead of them, for two guys, I believe, that both believe that they will be head coaches in the very near future, taking over that job's kind of a rough spot because there will be some level of expectation, and the reality is this team may not be capable of changing. It may be too ingrained. Thomas Brown can add some new offensive plays to the playbook. Ejiro Evero can go more hands-on, directly interacting with the defense. But the reality here is...
When you say this team, you mean the current roster.
The current roster this year. Correct. That's not to say if
you so you're not saying the franchise overall.
Right.
Okay.
I'm saying this year. And with, what are we at, 5 games now? 5 games left? Or 4 games left? Whatever. there is going to be some expectation if Chris Tabor does not want to be a head coach. He's made this clear. Does not want to be a head coach, has no interest in it. He's happy to be an assistant. Chris Tabor, because he has no expectations of moving up, realizes that he is in a spot where if this team goes over while he's the interim coach, it's not going to bother him. It doesn't hurt him at all. Whereas if you're Ejiro Evero or you are Thomas Brown, it absolutely does, right? Steve Wilk came in last year. Won 6 games down the stretch with a bad team that Matt Rule and David Tepper had ruined. And Steve Wilkes was thought was going to be a head coach this year. Ends up as a defensive coordinator on a team that, as of right now, is your NFC favorite to go to the Super Bowl. Because he succeeded, air quote, last year in Carolina after Matt Rule was dismissed. Brown and Evero weren't going to touch that job. Because if they did not at least make the team look better on your television screen, then their chances of being a head coach down the line go away. Anyway, point is, we had this article. This article came back with basically a description of the Carolina Panthers as a quote from the article, Hunger Games culture, end quote. Chris Tabor was asked to his face, hey, this culture is described as a Hunger Games culture. How has it been? What's happening since you took over? And his response was, and I appreciate him really pulling back the curtain and going in depth on how the Panthers are going about course correcting and fixing a toxic culture within the program. His response, inspiring as it was, Lonzo, was, and I quote, it's been fine.
So has he been known in the past to expound in a way that amazes you with how well he speaks? That sounds Belichickian.
It's been fine.
Yeah, it's Belichickian. It's acceptable.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, if Chris Tabor had 7 rings or 5 rings or 6 rings or a ring or a win, I feel better about it.
Maybe he's using current Belichickian.
Hey, they got a win last night.
They did.
Finished off the Steelers. It's a good win. Is anybody having inspired feelings right now? Is anybody feeling like this Carolina team's point? We talked Rashad yesterday. You pointed out Rashad was smiling through the interview. Rashad ain't happy, right? Rashad ain't happy with the direction of the team. How the hell could you be? And now you got a head coach who gets asked, hey, man, it's a Hunger Games mentality. What are you doing to change this thing? And his response is, it's been fine. It's not. It's not. It's clearly not.
Here's the thing. The Panthers are my NFC team. I have followed them since I've been here. It's been amazing being able to go to training camp and all the interactions and all that kind of stuff. But I don't really want to watch right now. And the only reason why I'm watching is for work.
Yep. The Panthers are now officially and finally relegated to the smallest screen in the Brocave.
And they're not even playing anybody else that I'd want to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're playing a really good team, you at least watch it for that.
Yep. You ain't wrong. All right, we got to take a break. Texter said, completely mid-sentence on a valid point, and all of a sudden, Santa's in the parking lot. What do you want? Santa was in the parking lot hiding behind a dumpster. You think I'm not going to talk about that?
He went elf. It could have been a little more extreme.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't make jokes about what Santa was doing hiding behind a dumpster. I had plenty worse jokes.
There are other people or entities, if they walked into the parking lot, that you would say that.
Yeah,
about.
if I see I don't know, other thing, I don't.
If Mariah Carey walks out through there,
I'm gone.
Yeah,
I'm gone.
you go say it's Mariah Carey.
I'm gone.
If you look out and there's Brian Danielson, I mean, there are people
hiding
and
behind
things.
a dumpster.
Yeah, well,
Texture said, if I could file a lawsuit against Zoe for butchering Dabo's quote with that Southern accent just now, I totally would. Sad face emoji.
you missed it. I told you. I
had it on in the studio.
I got a problem with my turrets. I didn't go straight on Dabo because it would have been. I would have had to go slower, and I got time restraints.
Texture said, no NBA, 15 exclamation points. Got bad news for you, Texture. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
It's because Rob, he just goes into the office and listens to himself. Oh, okay. Do we know? What one do you normally come on with? So both of them are open. So just, and I have them both in queue. So why are they texting you for? We'll be back because I gotta finish a thing. Come on down to the boot barn.
He's on with Q right now, so I guess I'll join after that.
Let me point out again. Why are they texting you and not me?
George?
Who's texting you? He also has my number. Maybe, notify the person who would actually have to make sure that it's on and, turn it up and stuff and, So I guess you need to watch your phone while we're in mid-segment and let me know, and then we'll guess. Because, not being surly, I'm not being grumpy. There's a protocol and a way things should be done.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Robin Lonzo with you on a beautiful upstate Friday morning. The first Friday morning that precedes a college football-less Saturday. That is not true.
Well, it's Army Navy.
Army Navy.
Yeah, so there's something on, but it's I don't even know what time that's on. I think it might be
That is
midday.
a 2:30 CBS game.
Yeah, so midday.
CBS always picks up the Army-Navy game, and if you do watch the Army-Navy game, it is the best. It is a blast. I have been to 3 of them in my career. I hope to attend more in the future. If you want to talk, if you are one of the people who hits me constantly going, I miss history football. I miss the pride and the pageantry and the traditions, and Army Navy is a must-watch game for that. It is the best. Let us take just a moment and head on down to the Bon Secours Wellness Arena, where our LEO Santa Toy Drive is taking place up until 10 o'clock this morning. Mr. Rob Inario, the primary sponsor of the LEO Santa Toy Drive, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show. What's up, fella? Living the dream, buddy. How you doing out there in the cold? Let's go. It's all about content.
Yeah, we're not used to good content here, so thank you for helping.
Rob Inario joining us here on the show. How are we doing overall? Let's just start with that.
So you just said $1. So let's say someone's driving by and they don't have a lot of money to give, but they only got like $1 or 50 cents or a quarter or something. Is that fine?
That's awesome. That's awesome. And listen, I know it's tough times. It's as the great Dusty Rhodes would say, it's hard times out here, daddy. But that's what, yes, I knew I like this guy. But you are correct. Every little bit helps right now, especially at a time where we don't want kids waking up on Christmas morning without at least something to be able to open up and enjoy that kind of spirit of Christmas mentality. And by the way, Rob, you did just pick up an Instagram follower. Of course, I'm following Rob Inario on Instagram at this point. 864-CALL-ROB is the handle, and every follower, he gets $1 going into the pot, which is awesome. I got a chance to come out there yesterday. I was out there for a few minutes, Rob, right after the show was at its conclusion, man, and got an opportunity to speak to some of our incredible law enforcement members out there. And I think what blew me away was that no matter what dumb conversations and questions I was asking them, all of them just kept saying, hey, man, like, we want to do this. This is important to us. This is a big deal to us. So I think what an awesome unified front between you and our law enforcement and all the folks that have come out to help and pull this thing off. Rob Inario joining us here on the show, the LEO Santa Toy Drive taking place right now at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena. We are asking you to bring by a wrapped, unopened gift or a donation in cash so we can help more unfortunate kids around the upstate to enjoy their Christmas. And Rob, you guys are out there until 10 o'clock this morning? I love it. And if people can't make it by in the next hour and 10 minutes, what else can they do to help? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like if you're going to go down there into the face of law enforcement and talk smack, at least help out, you know? No, that's a lot. I think extra is what the kids would call it nowadays. Yeah. What a well, at least you got a great story out of the deal. It sounds like Rob Anario joining us here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate, the LEO Santa Tour Drive taking place up till 10 a.m. I did learn one thing yesterday, Rob. I was informed yesterday by one of the Upstate's finest that if I cut my grass on my riding up mower and drink a beer while I do, that I can get popped for a DUI. Did you know that? So far, so good, and I'll just leave it right there.
He's sleepy, but he went straight into the lawyer talk. That was amazing.
Rob Anario, there it is, for expertise. Rob Anario out there at the LEO Santa Toy Drive again. Rob and members of the Upstate's finest will be out there till 10 a.m. asking you to bring by a new unwrapped gift or a cash donation so that we can help provide a Christmas for more unfortunate kids around the Upstate. Rob, my man, I hope you sleep well tonight, buddy. Did you stick out the whole 28 hours? Whoo. Good luck, pal. There it is. Rob Anario here on the Rob Brown Show. Man, be safe out there, buddy. Thank you for doing this incredible event, pal. You got it. There you go. Rob Anario, again, new unwrapped gifts and cash donations being accepted at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena all the way up till 10 a.m.
How dumb of a criminal are you to do that around there when there's police presence?
Bro, they have the lights on.
Yeah,
there's SWAT team trucks right there.
Wow.
What are you doing? I mean, don't do that anywhere, right? Like, I'm not saying someplace is bad. Don't do that anywhere. But if you're going to do it, why would you do it around the largest concentration of law enforcement officers in the Upstate? Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. We got to take a break. We'll come back. The final hours next. We're going to take a look up and down your NFL schedule, give you my best bets, and some playoff implications on the line this weekend. Between here and there, ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and enjoy the smooth sounds of Lonzo's Sports Flash. Conspiracy.
Your morning jolt of sports. It's the
Dude, are you okay over there? Are you good? I feel like that's like
all right.
seven.
So if
that's like 7.
The phone was ringing and I was trying to, I don't know. I know this. For over a year, John Rahm spoke out against the LIV Tour yesterday. He became the newest member of it. Rahm signed a multi-year $300 million contract with the Saudi Arabian-backed tour, along with partial ownership of his team. The NBA in-season tournament finals are set. Last night in the East, the Pacers outlasted the Bucks 128-119. Tyrese Halliburton dropped 27, while Miles Turner added 26. In the West, the Lakers rolled the Pelicans 133-89. LeBron James had 30 points, and the Lakers shot 55% from the floor and almost 47% from deep. We are your home for Furman Paladins football. Make sure you tune in tonight as the Paladins take on Montana at 7:30 in the playoffs right here on your home for Paladins football, the Fan Upstate. Wow. Take this as a valuable lesson, kids. If you're going to mess up big multiple times in a row and then recover because, and hope the boss wasn't listening because you're going to get a talking to. That hurts my heart. All I can say is then Lonzo retired and immediately got up and walked out of the room. In my defense, that's the best one I've ever read after I was able to get on. Because I was so mad at myself, I was able to focus better, but wow. My mistake today, not nearly as bad as someone else's. That's all I'm saying.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. I will be mad at myself for quite some time over that.
Hey, throw me in queue real quick. If you don't mind.
Glad you said that and didn't just start playing.
That's the wrong button.
Gables.
That was a masterpiece of dog.
That's what I censored. Where's the other one? I had one more.
Dude, what? Don't look for the other one.
No, not that clip.
Okay.
There was another sounder that I made. Here it is.
That was an absolutely horrendous performance from start to finish.
Good morning.
Conspiracy.
See, a team, team like me and you, team. You let that go and you move on. So then the powers that be, let's say, may have forgotten about it, after 5 minutes, and then, but no, you not you.
I mean, I missed the mic, and you made a big deal out of it.
That's not the same.
That's the same.
It's not. You're being hurtful. It's the Christmas season. You should be nicer. You can't beat me up any worse than what I'm doing to myself right now.
Hour number 4, the final hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now. This is the Fan Upstate. I was talking about calling football in the cold earlier, and we had a texter go, Minnesota plays in a dome. Oh, I know. Do you know where the dome is, though? It's in Minnesota. It's in Minneapolis.
Yeah, you still got to go outside.
Go to and from the game.
You do.
And from the game, 9 out of 10 times, well, I should say it's Minnesota. 2 out of 10 times is at night.
And there's also the nightlife, which Rob enjoys. He would have to go out in the cold sun to do those crawl things that he does. And yeah.
Unbelievable. Hey,
Are they actually pubs in Minnesota? Maybe they're called something else.
I mean, everywhere has pubs. Pubs are the best kind of bar.
What's a pub and a bar? How can you tell the difference?
A pub is ordinarily like you're going to be sitting down at tables. They're going to have food. It's going to be a little bit darker, a little more low key. That's a pub. A bar is usually going to have music. It's more standing than sitting. It's more high top tables. You stand around. That's a bar. And then there's a club. I'm a pub guy. Personally. Conspiracy theory. No, not conspiracy theory. Prediction. I have come to the realization that
it's not a life moment or anything.
No, not at all.
Okay, all right.
No grand epiphanies happening here. It's
make
Friday.
Sure that the tape is rolling.
Yeah, epiphanies are for Tuesdays, not Fridays. I have a prediction based on conversations I've been having with people in real life and on the internet over the past 5 days. It seems as if a majority of y'all are on board with the thought process, as I am, that yes, Alabama is a better football team than Florida State. Today, right now, this second. Do I think it is like zero question they win? No, not at all. I think FSU's been riding defense all season long. But while I think most of us agree Alabama's a better team than Florida State, I do think the majority, not a super majority, not an overwhelming majority, but a majority of people, Lonzo excluded, believe that Florida State got jobbed. And there is not.
I don't know what you consider a majority, because I've seen more people say they didn't than I have see they did.
I have not. I would say
calling your family in Florida doesn't count.
None of my family, they're all LSU people. Which, by the way, soon-to-be Heisman Trophy winner Jaden Daniels was asked earlier this week about it, and he said that he firmly believes that selection was made for ratings. That's what Jaden Daniels said. A guy who very clearly, Lonzo, knows ball. He's going to win the Heisman tomorrow. He knows ball.
My wife just sent me encouragement after earlier because obviously I needed it.
What a wonderful spouse is Miss Lisa. You have outkicked your coverage.
31 years.
Outkicked your coverage.
This week, as a matter of fact. So, yeah.
So, in that world where going to college football spaces on the internet has resulted in reading far more comments saying, yeah, Alabama is a better one-game football team, but FSU season long was better and they got jobbed. You know who I think is the is the grandest winner in all of this? I had this thought during the break. You know who I think is the grandest winner in all of this, Lonzo? I think Big Noon Kickoff. I think, based on what I've seen, that is including, in 5 days, a drop of, I was told this yesterday, I have not verified it, but I was told yesterday by a buddy of mine who's big in the podcast world that a couple of college football pods connected to ESPN and CBS have all dropped 1.5 to 2 stars worth of ratings in the past 5 days because of going on and promoting the Collegiate Football Playoff Committee's selection.
I think it's more because of this is not a slight, but people like you who are going on and saying it's their fault. Like those employees doing, their job, it's their fault that this happened.
No, I'm going to tell you what I think it is. Partially, yes, correct. That is half correct. I think the other half is you have guys, and I'm not going to name one, but there is one specifically.
I was going to say, I've seen people, like I've seen Herb Street on McAfee show talking about it. And you showed me a response to a social media thing from our fellow broadcaster Mark Ryan from L. Duncan. So I mean, and these are actual employees of that company having to respond because people are coming at them. And I don't agree with you guys. I don't think it's their fault. I don't think they have anything to do with it.
It is not,
because you're making it sound like that this whole thing is fixed. And I get why it's hurting you, but the whole thing is fixed from the beginning, and ESPN decides this is what it's going to be. And I can't believe that.
I don't think it's and again, I'll acknowledge that this is a conspiracy theory by definition. I do think that's what happened. I do think that there was no way that they were leaving the SEC out of a playoff. And the reason that some of these employees are taking heat, is because it comes across as if you believe that there is a malicious intent, a nefarious underroot to why this happened. It feels as if those employees are openly toting the company line, right? There is one particular college football podcaster connected to one of the networks that is at the center of this argument that 3 weeks ago was on a tangent after Jordan Travis's injury, but before the Florida game, was on a tangent and over said, I don't care if they win by 1 or 50. If they went out, they should be in. And then the committee process, the committee decision came out, and the very next day on that same pod said, oh, they got it right. They got it right. Completely 180'd his position. And when asked about it, he went down that path of, well, I know Jordan Travis, they can't win. They can't win. They can't win. And it's like, dude, up until the committee that we believe is tied to these networks, one of which is the one that pays you, you were all about winning in for FSU. And now that they are not in, all of the sudden, everything you've been saying for 2 weeks, or as Heather Denich would say, poof. Thank you very much. So when that happens, when you've got effectively two people between both of those networks, RG3 and Booger McFarland, both, by the way, the guys who played the game, because I have also noticed that it again, anecdotal, but it feels to me like amongst the broadcasting world, you're going to do it, aren't you?
You're absolutely going to do it.
The majority of the people who are saying that this is a screw job are guys who played the game, and the majority of people who are going, the committee got it right, are fans and broadcasters only.
So the guys who played the game, the ones who know ball, as opposed to the ones who didn't and don't.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah. Okay.
The guys who played the game, the guys who were on the field, are saying it is a travesty. The guys who are career broadcasters that work for these networks are not. And I think that's very interesting. I would also say
this is weird. I am sticking up for sports media, and you're going against them. This is a topsy-turvy world. This is a world that I don't want to live in.
The faces.
Actually, I do. I want to continue living. I like living. It's awesome.
Dramatic, but I like it. The faces of the networks are the ones who are catching it from me, right? Specifically, the ones who 2 weeks ago were saying winning in, and then the committee drops, and then the next week, all of the sudden, the next week, it's four best teams. Clearly the four best teams. Clearly, no question marks needed, right? It is not that you feel that way, because I'll have the discussion all day. We have had the discussion. It is
all day, several days.
All day, several days. It is not having the opinion that they got the correct form. I'm not going to fight you on that. I mean, I am going to fight you, but it's going to be a respectful debate, not me going, you're wrong. The problem I have is the folks who work for those particular networks who up until the decision dropped were saying winning in 13-0, ACC champs, never been kept out before. You can't keep them out. And then once the script A hit the plasma screen, then all of a sudden it was, oh, no, they got it right. That's the right call. That's the right decision. Part of the reason that there are people, me included, that believe that there is a conspiracy here, that believe that this decision was made because you can't leave the SEC out. And let's be honest, and I'll call it for the FSU fans listening right now. Yes, Alabama's going to put more eyeballs on the TV than Florida State is, for sure. But if we are determining the four most compelling teams, say that. And the fact that the people who work for the networks that are at the center of all of this suddenly change their opinion on it after their network, if you believe the conspiracy theory, was able to push to get Alabama and Texas in over Florida State, then yes, I think your inconsistency, your changing opinion here, and you know me, I'm all for people changing their opinions with new information, but to have it change the way it changed with the timing that it changed around this controversy, yeah, I don't think it's fair to ask or unfair to ask questions.
See, I want you to know that I love you. I truly do. But when it comes down to it, Alabama's going to win the whole thing. Florida State's going to lose to Georgia. And then the majority of the narrative and the majority of the people who are complaining, I'm not saying you, but the majority of those people will stop.
No, they won't. And I'll tell you why. Because
this thing's already partially dead. By after the national championship game, no one will be talking about it except for you.
Let me be
definitely won't be talked about on the national stage because they're going to move on to the NFL. It's going to be in the past unless suddenly a bunch more stuff comes out about Michigan. College football will be done with and they will move on.
So you are going to, I think, and again, I can only tell you what I see from multiple trips to college football spaces on the internet, where obviously the best and the brightest hang out.
Experts, man. Come on.
In going around, I saw, in fact, on as a matter of fact, Reddit yesterday, in a subreddit that contains over 125,000 college football fans, somebody posted, when do you think the buzz around the FSU decision will die off? And it was filled with people going, I will never let it go. I will never let it go. Again, and it's you are correct in one thing. You are correct in one thing, in that it is going to, that circle is going to close and be predominantly around people that are Florida State fans, just like you can go very simply down to the South, and the closer you get to New Orleans, the more people you find that are still upset about the worst missed pass interference call in the history of the National Football League, right? Of course, it is going to be team-centric, and that once the next big story breaks, a lot of people are going to move on, but it does not absolve the series of decisions that created it, with the acknowledgement that those people are going to still be in power when next year begins.
I know I say this a lot, but 10 years from now, it's going to be a win or a loss. The only way there will be an asterisk by the whoever wins be if Michigan won and they had it stripped. That's the only way. I get it means a lot to you and it means a lot to people who are close to the situation, but it's going to lessen. It just will. Well, something else will come along and take its place, and we'll talk about that for a week, and then something else will come along.
Again, I'm not arguing with you. I absolutely think the further we get in time, just like every other controversy in sports, the further we move away from it on the timeline, the less important it is going to be. But that to me, the reason that we should not, if you are upset about the decision, I've already got James in the chat saying unpopular opinion, the committee got it right. Roll Tide, your boos mean nothing. The problem is the majority of the fans who are expressing that, not overwhelmingly, but the majority of the fans expressing that are either Bama fans or Southeastern Conference fans who love to latch their hooks into the success of other teams and pretend it's their own.
I know you're saying the majority, but I don't have a team or a conference in this. My team lost to Michigan and they're not in it. So I'm looking at it purely from a college football fan and not a fan of any of the conferences over another one or the teams.
Right. Again, I get it. And if the only take you have is
I ain't got a dog in the hunt, and neither does Georgia.
It's good. It's good. It's good. I like it. It's good. If you are bothered by the decision and wonder why so much precedence was broken, how much precedent was broken in order to make this decision, with that much precedent being broken to make the decision, it does not shock me that people are asking, what the hell is that? Right? And it does not shock me in a world where most of us believe that there has been an SEC bias for a while now. To see it this egregiously is automatically going to send you down the rails of there's obviously some underhanded motives taking place right now. And so with all of that happening and the people who made this decision, not just being in charge again next year, but actually growing in power, it's got an ick feel to me, man. It just does. All right. 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. You can text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air. FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air. When we come back here in just a minute, let's take a look up and down the NFL schedule for the weekend. We'll give you our picks, our winners and losers, and the playoff scenarios set up by different results. We'll do that next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Gables.
All right, guys, real quick live read right here, and then we're coming back. Don't go anywhere.
anytime I've had to speak in public, if it was in tandem or with a team, I'm good. But it's me individually, no.
Yeah.
Because I can play off of whoever's up there with me, and I'm good. Even though I'm scared to death, at least I know they either got my back or they're going to make me so mad that I'm going to focus on them.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. I am Rob Brown, the great Malonzo on the ones and twos. If you would like to be a part of the radio broadcast, you can do it right now. 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. You can text us on the carpros.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. Let's take us a look, shall we, at the NFL schedule for this upcoming week. Of course, we got it underway last night with a far more interesting game than it probably should have been. 21-18 winners are the New England Patriots over the Pittsburgh Steelers. And here is where this is going to get to be a fun follow. The Steelers are now 7-6. They are third in the AFC North. They are very much alive in the race for a wild card spot over in the AFC. But they have lost 3 of their last 4. They dropped one to the Patriots, who are now 2-7. They dropped one to the Cardinals, or are now 3-7. They dropped one to the Cardinals, who are now 3-7. They have lost back-to-back games against 2-7 football teams. And is there a coach in the league that seems to have had the fan base turn on them as rapidly as Mike Tomlin? I don't think there is. Tomlin, for a while, was the man in Pittsburgh. He was the dude. Never a losing season, multiple playoff trips, Super Bowl opportunity. Now, I'm looking up there. I'm looking at different communities, and it's like, this is all on Mike. This is Mike. Mike let it get away from him. Mike don't got it no more. Real interesting out of Pittsburgh. Tampa takes on Atlanta at 1 o'clock tomorrow in an NFC South battle that is going to go a very long way in determining which of those two teams, because those are the only two teams that could end up winning the NFC South. This one's on the road for Tampa. They are at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in the ATL.
You mean Sunday? You said tomorrow. So
sorry, Sunday, yeah.
Is it that time already?
No. Sunday afternoon at 1 p.m. Atlanta's a 2.5-point favorite in this one, but they are at home. So it's basically a pick 'em game between these two teams. Let me tell you why I find this game more interesting. Did you see the spat that is taking place between Todd Bowles and Chris Godwin's wife? Not great, Bob.
Real Housewives of Tampa Bay?
Dude, kind of feels like it. Godwin was targeted 3 times this past weekend in the Bucs win over the Panthers. 3 times he was targeted, failed to record a reception, had 1 rushing attempt on a reverse, which resulted in a 19-yard scamper for a touchdown. After the game, Todd Bowles said, quote, "We were subbing him out a lot. Obviously, he's a little nicked up, so he's not totally 100%. Nobody is, but he is probably banged up more than most. For him to get the run for us was huge for him. I think it helped him out a lot. It helped us out a lot, so it was good to get him in the red zone." Basically said, he's hurt. He's banged up. We had to take him off the field a lot. We had to get him some rest. We couldn't overuse him. Well, Todd Bowles' wife, who goes by the handle Mrs. 12 on Instagram, her name is Mariah Godwin, put up a response to that tweet where she said, "I'm not sure why we are just blatantly lying here talking about Bowles. Regardless of how banged up Chris is, he continues to work his ass off, hasn't missed a game, continues to run great routes and get open. I don't know why things are the way they are. This isn't my team to coach. But this lying on Chris and implying negativity on his work ethic is infuriating. Let's not act like he had to be subbed out so much more than usual when, in fact, he's been playing just the same. And she put up a stat list of the number of snaps that he was on the field, basically outright accusing Todd Bowles of lying about Chris Godwin in order to make him and his offense, anemic offense, look better when Godwin just isn't getting the opportunity to touch the football. Tampa's a mess, dude. It's a mess. It's not as much of a mess as Carolina.
Aren't you surprised that Baker isn't getting the blame for this? But I guess if he's not on the field, he can't catch the ball.
Yeah.
So that is a coach's decision.
That's what's the interesting thing.
Unless you're Frank Reich and you think he's on the field.
That's the interesting thing about the tweet is she actually includes a list of number of snaps taken game by game. He's not down. He's not down. He's running. He only had 3 targets, but he was out there 52 plays, which is, I think, only 5 less than the week before that, right? So this is what I was concerned about with Tampa Bay and with Todd Bowles from the beginning. I just don't think the guy's got it in him. I think he's a phenomenal defensive coordinator. I think Bruce Arians was lucky to have him. I think he's a great defensive coordinator. I think he's a guy that players are going to like. I just, much like Frank Reich, I don't think he's got head coach temperament, but maybe that's just me. All right, so that game's going to be interesting. I like Atlanta in that one at the house, mainly because they figured out, hey, we let Bijan Robinson touch the football, and we're going to win some games.
Just because someone looks like they figured it out one game doesn't mean the next game they'll go back to it.
We'll see. Detroit's at Chicago, obviously, with the NFC North lined up the way that it is lined up right now. This is a massive game for Detroit. The Bears are 4-8 right now. I believe that Justin Fields is going to be a go. He did play last week and looked okay. He looked okay. I mean, Justin Fields has had a couple of games so far where you're like, oh, maybe the kid can do it. Maybe the kid can do it. Doing it against a Detroit team that is very good offensively and real rough defensively right now.
It's very weird to me seeing what he did in college, and then now he's labeled as something other in the NFL. I still don't think he's being used right. And I don't know if he ever will be while in Chicago. I think maybe he needs to go somewhere else where people figure out that he can actually do other things other than run, and he can actually throw the ball if he's put in the right kind of offense, that type of thing.
What would you, if you got on the phone with Eberflus right now, what are you telling them to do differently with Justin Fields?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't get on the phone with Eberflus because I think he's the problem. And me telling him what to do, he's not going to do it. So, I mean, I think one of the things you do is you go back and you look at their college tape. I know NFL is different, and you see what they did well. Why did we draft this person? You drafted this person because they were able to do this, this, and this. Are we allowing them to be able to do the things that brought them here in the first place, or are we holding them back, or are we hampering them? Are we trying to fit them to our system rather than fit our system to them when we brought them in to actually win games? I just don't know that they can make the adjustments they need to.
Fair enough.
Is he a bust? Maybe, but I still would like to see him under a different head coach.
I'm going to go Detroit in that one over Chicago. Indianapolis is at Cincinnati. Dude, the Bengals last week. Now, maybe it's a different game late if TL doesn't have his ankle stepped on, rolled on, and sprained up high. But Jake the Snake Browning tore Jacksonville up last weekend. Does that, Lonzo, say more about Cincinnati, or does it say more about Jayville?
I think it says more about Jacksonville because Joe Burrow is a very good quarterback. He is. But when he went down, Cincy is struggling, and they were struggling with Joe Burrow. I don't believe that team suddenly just became what we saw last week. I think it's more Jacksonville is inconsistent. They will play a few games and they'll look like, oh man, they're on their way. And then they'll go back to old Jacksonville every once in a while.
I expected a lot more out of Jacksonville this year. Speaking of ETN, did you see little ETN has transferred portal out of Florida? How about this fun fact? Billy Napier's first recruiting class at the University of Florida, Alonzo, over half of them have portaled out of Florida.
So all the talk about Shane Beamer, there are other places where it's worse.
I got to tell you right now, if you told me I could become a fan and had to become a fan of one or the other right now, legit, you'd have to talk me out of picking Shane over Billy Nape. That's rough, dude. That's rough. Anyway, Jacksonville is, speaking of the Jaguars, on the road at Cleveland this weekend. TL may or may not go. I do not think that we know yet. I think that is likely going to end up being a game time decision.
Joe Flacco still the starter for the Browns?
So they were trying to decide between Joe Flack and Dorian, and apparently there's and again, I know that this is not going to be the metric by which they determine who gets the start at QB1 on Sunday, but apparently somebody was circulating a petition around Cleveland to make Joe Flacco the permanent starter because he is elite, obviously, and it did something like 86,000 signatures on the first day. Okay. Me intrigued. Jacksonville's got to have this, dude. Like, Jacksonville cannot give up any more ground in the AFC South to Indianapolis, who has come on strong. They're just a game up on Indy at this point, straight up. So this is a must-win for Jacksonville. If TL can walk, I think he's going to play this game. Because this game, I'm not saying this game determines the division. There's still games left after it. But if they drop this one, Indy's at Cincy, right? And if that was an emotional game to protect Jake the Snake Browning last week and Cincy falls to Indy, all of a sudden the AFC South, a division that I thought Jacksonville, honestly, Jacksonville felt to me like one of the comfortable preseason division winner bets, right? Like it really felt like maybe every division, it felt like Jacksonville was one of the two that I had the most confidence in as a division winner. And not great, Bob. Not great. Carolina is at New Orleans. You know, if it was any other week, I'd be like, it's got to be New Orleans, right? But it looks like the Saints are going to end up with Jameis Winston under center. I'm going to tell you this right now. Y'all can go ahead, Carolina. Get Brian Burns ready because you are going to see a healthy dose of Taysom Hill in this game.
As long as Brian Burns doesn't punch anybody else.
Yeah, well, dude, what are you doing there, Agent Zero? What was that? Now, he did say, Brian Burns did come out and say that the guy that he punched in the face while wearing a helmet had said some inappropriate things to him. He's like, yo, he kind of said some stuff that, like, dude had to get punched. Like, he just had to get punched. No further suspension from Brian Burns, though, which is good because if you want to win this game on the road in New Orleans, and it is a very winnable game. It is a very winnable game. If you want to win this game, you're going to have to stop Taysom Hill. He is going to be that guy. Houston is at New York. CJ Stroud's going to win that by 30. The Rams are at Baltimore. I like Lamar at the house. Minnesota at Las Vegas, I think, could be a more interesting game than a few of the other lower level games on the docket this week. I think you've got a Minnesota team that they're kind of on a plane in between. They do get Justin Jefferson back this week. They do get Josh Dobbs back this week after back-to-back losses to the Broncos and the Bears, coming off of a 5-game win streak. I think you're going to see the Minnesota Vikings get back to form. I don't need you to do anything overly special, Minnesota. This Vegas team is not that good. They have dropped 2 in a row to the Dolphins and the Chiefs. They were both games with the Dolphins and the Chiefs, but 2 in a row. Minnesota should make it 3. Seattle is on the road at San Francisco in another 4:05 game. Look, I like Geno Smith. It's been a fun ride watching the return of Geno Smith to the starting role. Lonzo, San Francisco right now, they can play 100 games, and I'm picking them to win all 100.
I hate that way. You have to throw in the caveat every time, as long as Debo and CMC are healthy.
I mean, I don't even think it's a caveat, dude. I think it's just the reality of the situation, right? Like, without those dudes, they ain't those dudes.
When they have both of them, it seems nearly impossible for them to be stopped.
That is also 100% accurate. I don't think that team goes without those dudes, but they got those dudes this weekend. Seattle's in a world of hurt. Buffalo at Kansas City in what we thought was a preseason AFC Championship potential preview. Instead, Josh Allen and his Buffalo Bills are trying to get right. They had a 37-34 overtime loss to the Eagles, a game they very much could have won. They did beat the Jets, but they dropped 2 to the Bengals and the Broncos before that. The Bills right now currently sitting at 500, 6-6 out of the East. I think that division at this point obviously is going to Miami. If Buffalo's going to make a wild card, I think they have to win on the road at Kansas City this weekend. I think you're going to end up in a very similar situation that we saw with Bills-Eagles last week, Lonzo, where it's like a real close game, maybe an overtime caliber game. But I just think Arrowhead, this is not the trip that Josh Allen overcomes Arrowhead Stadium.
Some receivers for Kansas City need to step it up and do their job and hang on to the ball.
You guys really have struggled with the dropsies this year.
Yeah, and
really
if they do that, it's going to end up being exactly what it has been almost every single game for the Chiefs. They're going to win by a little or they're going to lose by a little. There's no in between.
There's really not.
And
you guys are making games out of games that shouldn't
and
be
you
games.
you can't get nervous about it because what's the point?
Buffalo at Kansas City. Denver is at the Chargers. I think the Denver Broncos get right this week with a win. Philly at Dallas is your nightcap, and really the biggest game of the weekend in this one.
Yeah, I saw Bosa say we just showed Dallas how to shut them down.
Yeah, he's
Talking
not
about
wrong.
Philly.
I said that Monday.
Yeah.
I said that Monday. I thought if you'd have asked me last week, I'd have said I absolutely don't see a way that Dallas loses this game, but Philly just got I think they got exposed a little bit, right? I think you force Jalen Hurts into being a passing quarterback. I don't think he can do it. I think the blueprint is out there on how to beat Philly, and I think Dallas is going to tell you the truth.
By the way, Corey on the stream says since Mahomes has been the starter, he has never lost 2 games in a row in the regular season. I'd bet my mortgage on them.
Ooh, I don't hate that. 2 games on Monday, Tennessee at Miami, Green Bay at New York. We'll break those down when we get there. Just the Cardinals and the Commanders.
Yeah, but why is that
bye.
happening? Why are we having 2 games on Monday?
They're both at 8:15 too. They're on at the same
Is there
time.
something going on in Thursday so there can't be a Thursday night game?
Am I missing something here? Is that a rhetorical question?
No. That was an actual question.
Okay.
I don't know. Why at this part of the season would you play 2 games on Monday?
Because why not? More football. We got to take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. We'll do a little Twitter trending topics. We'll wrap the show up for the week. Send you off into a college football free weekend. Boo. What am I supposed to do tomorrow? I got a show tomorrow. What am I gonna do?
Actually, there is a Thursday game, so I don't know why. I don't know why that's happening.
Fun. Rob Lonzo, the Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate.
I'm worried that my ears are getting bigger. No, the last couple of days, and I'm worried that I'm gonna get that thing like Feinbaum or Mitch Albom or one of those guys. He almost did a spit take. I got to be careful with that because it will go all over and me. I have legitimate old man concerns. Well, Zach, I got to say, you can hear the game right here on the Fan Upstate, so I would never tell you that it may possibly be on ESPN 2. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that because I want you to listen to the game.
To Upstate Holiday Lights. We'll meet you there, probably more than once. The family loves it, and it puts everybody in the holiday spirit. It kickstarts our hollies and jollies.
The Upstate Holiday Lights Show.
That could be it, Marcus. I didn't think about that. But, yeah, Rob mentioned there's only 2 games with buys. So, yeah, I mean, it's another chance to showcase some more NFL. Not saying it's a bad thing. I just was wondering the reasoning behind it. And that's what I do, Zach. Company man, that's me all the way. It's like repping your house because this is my house. Yeah.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi.
Athena has a broken nose. And the first part of her post says #blame Canada. Don't blame Canada. Blame yourself. Who was that? Oh, man. What wrestler was that? Don't blame Canada. Blame yourself. White dude.
It was Canada, obviously.
Yeah, well, that narrows it down. Daggone it. I could see him in my head, too.
Did you know when the year ends, so do the deals? It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Sign and drive a 2024 Hyundai Palisade with 0 down, 0 first month's payment, and 0.
Lance Storm.
Now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
How could I forget Lance Storm?
From the Ingles Market Studio,
Upstate. 97.7 FM Green. 97.1 FM Smart.
always live from the Fleet Odyssey. Rise and shine, sports fans.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. The final, 5-ish minutes or so. Wrapping it all up here on the broadcast for the week. Gave you your NFL picks for the weekend. Want to remind you that coming up tomorrow from noon to 4, It is Bet for the Cycle, the nationally syndicated sports gambling show hosted by yours truly and former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker. Looking forward to that. You can listen to that show on the Odyssey app by simply searching BetQL and tuning in tomorrow from noon to 4. We'll also let you know for planning purposes that we are back next week. Regular shows, regular schedule, Monday through Friday next week. And then I am off until the new year, until January 2nd.
No. What you mean is the show
is off.
Yeah.
Until January 2nd. We will be back with a new and improved sound on January 2nd in the year 2024.
Does that mean one of us won't be here? Is that how it's going to be new and improved? Wow. Okay, so it's me. Okay. All right. It was nice being here.
Because of my voice.
Because I had to, because autoplay. There you go.
Go outside, nerd.
There it is.
Yeah, I'll go outside to another place where I also work, and that would, where it's okay to be a nerd.
Let's just do Twitter. Who cares?
Really? Already?
Yeah,
It's just kind of early, but all right, fine.
Who cares? It's Friday, right?
It is. By the way, you can also hear me on the Upstate Pulse, 7 to 9 p.m., 98.9 WRD, and on social media. He never plugs me. All right, the first thing that's Xing is because he wasn't even on the show this entire year. First thing that's Xing is
Are you
Matthew.
sure about that?
Yes. We've had discussions, and we've decided it's final. And when I say we, I mean the other people who's been there, and you haven't. Hopefully he loses and can be there before the year's over. Matthew McConaughey is Xing.
Matthew McConaughey, I have no idea why he is Xing right now.
Way to come in with confidence, make it sound like you knew, but you didn't.
Well, because what I was going to say is McConaughey's a dude that I like as an actor, but there is just like something off-putting about him, right? Like,
really?
To me, there's just like we're gonna learn. Not bad necessarily, not like he's like, got people chained up in his basement or something, but it just feels like one day we're gonna learn something
the first
really
place
weird
you go to
about Matthew McConaughey, and we're all gonna go, yeah, that checks out. We probably should have seen
there's already
that
a
coming.
thing out there where he was naked on his front lawn playing the bongos, but I mean, you don't know about that story. I mean, that's kind of old.
That does whatever, dude. It's your life. I don't care about that.
You don't think that's a little off? Okay.
I'm saying it's going to be something like real weird.
Here's the reason why he was Xing is he showed up on the Video Game Awards last night because he is going to be starring in a new video game called Exodus, which you should check out, by the way.
Interesting.
It looks pretty cool. All right, the next thing that's Xing is Michael Cole.
Can I just tell you two things? Number one, has anybody benefited more from the departure of Vince Young than Michael Cole?
Vince McMahon, because I don't think Vince Young had anything to do with it.
You know what I mean? Has anybody benefited more? From
he's already out the
VKM?
door. He's got to work for like 2 more minutes.
Yeah,
and
I'm
he's
just trying to make it to 55 now. First off, no. The answer is that's no. Second off, why is Kevin Patrick a thing still? Why is he a thing still? I'm sorry. The dude's just not good.
He's there for the soccer crowd.
It's just not
because he's got a soccer pod and he's probably pretty good on it. So
then go focus on that, bro.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think that's why he's there for the European crowd. All right. Michael Cole is Xing because it is his birthday. How old is Michael Cole?
52.
55.
Close.
Same age as me, which is kind of cool. All right. And finally, the last thing that is Xing is Happy Birthday Queen.
It's Mariah Carey's birthday.
No,
I did not know it was Mariah Carey's birthday today.
No, it's not.
I'll be darned. Happy birthday.
No, it's not.
To the queen
it's not.
of Christmas.
It's not.
Mariah Carey.
The queen apparently is Nicki Minaj. It is her birthday. Happy Birthday Queen is trending because Nicki Minaj is a queen. There can't be two queens. In a diva contest going against each other, Nicki Minaj versus Mariah Carey. Who you got?
Come on, dog.
No, seriously, who you got? Who you got?
Mariah.
Nicki Minaj has longer nails. And how old do you think Nicki Minaj is?
She is 31.
Dude, no.
How old is Nicki Minaj? 38? She's in her 40s?
41.
No way.
That's what the internet
Are you
said.
serious?
That's what the internet said, so it's got to be true. Look, he's looking it up, trying to find out.
She sure is. I tell you what, Nicki Minaj whoo, girl.
That's how you do it.
Gone. She looks great. For the record, I like Nicki Minaj. I'm just saying, if you're making me pick between Nicki Minaj and Mariah Carey, it's a no contest.
The real queen. It's
First
her
round
birthday
DQ.
today.
The Queen of Christmas has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us. Have a lovely weekend. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. We'll see you all back here on Monday for one more week till the holidays. For Lonzo, I'm Rob. Have a great one. See you back here Monday on the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate later. Yeah!
I, too, was shocked when I saw her age was like.
Really?
So
Good for her. She looks great.
So when did she become a hit? I mean, in her 30s?
I guess so. I mean, she's been around for a while, but
has she?
Yeah.
Did you see what Taylor Swift said about coming to games?
She said, I don't care about the dads, Brads, and Chads.
Yes.
Love it. Get him, Tay-Tay. Hilarious.
I had never heard of that before. Is that a common thing to say? I don't know. Or did she make it up? She can do that stuff.
She can. She's a musician. Rhyming is one of their specialties. All right, dudes. I got a jet because I got a bunch of stuff to do. And also because it's Friday. And I want to. So thank you all for coming by. Thank you all for having a fun, I hope, experience with us. I hope you all have a lovely weekend. Make sure you're following me on social. We're going to be doing some stuff over the weekend. Have a great one. Goodbye.